live.
Oh no!
D&D.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Wildemount.
Does that sound kind of ominous?
Nope, that was not thunder in the background.
That's actually
Last
worse.
time, let's see here. As I quickly review my notes again, you all had thoroughly raided the secret laboratory slash library slash safe house of one of the archmages of the Cerberus Assembly. You didn't know it belonged to the archmage at the time. You found that out a little bit later. When you also discovered that said archmage attacked and destroyed a hidden enclave of the Cobalt Soul. Gathered up a number of resources from the workshop, as well as spoke with a Cobalt Soul, let's say, hopeful? Yeah, an intern, so to speak.
Rejected intern.
Yeah, like she wasn't actually even an intern because they didn't want her. But you advised her to keep her head down. Kind of Cobalt Soul reject, yeah. And basically spent some time gathering some spell components, gathering some allies, getting the necessary items that you need for the currently absent cleric to cast some divination spells, and the currently absent dragonborn fighter to use apparently their helm of teleportation that nobody knew he had, to fast travel your way into the mountains to the furthest distance, the furthest most distant point of the mine. I don't know if it has a name. Let's see. Yes, it actually technically does. The Dolithil mine. It's deeper into the mountains, and from there, you'll make your way towards somewhere deeper in the mountains, up the river. All that you've got is a cryptic message, which I believe I gave to you last time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not 100. You swear that the translation, it must be just like slightly off, because it doesn't quite have the right flow. But I'm sure if you noodle on it just a little bit longer, you'll get a super clear translation. In other words, when I can think of some more synonyms for some of the words that make it more poetic sounding. But it is let's see. I'm not even sure what day it is. I don't even think it's Dualahe anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we're ended Dualahe.
Yeah, we're deep into the month after that. Yeah, I think the last time I was actually taking day-by-day notes, it was 15 sessions ago. So
that's a lot.
Oops.
Yeah. But yeah, we're deep into the next month, probably getting closer to autumn at this point.
No, I was just starting into summer, because...
Was it?
Yeah, because
Spring.
Wild's Grandeur was the end of Dualahe, and that's spring. So...
Gotcha. High summer was in the... It was the midsummer was when you were in the Shadowfell. So it's been probably a number of weeks and maybe a month or so since then. Month or two.
So Undalar, probably.
Yeah. I have to load it. I've the calendar is in that weird app thing that I use. So Elias was going to cast Legend Lore.
But he's still having spell time.
but he's still having spell time.
Casting the legend
Now-
lore.
Do we want to wait for Maggie before that happens and just you'll all figure out what you want to do, or do we go forward with that?
I feel like
I mean, we'll have the VOD and we'll be able to catch them up. Because I know we wanted to do this
Mhm.
before we
Because I
actually.
feel like it was just that we were waiting on, and then we were just like gonna go.
Right,
And
there
then
might
we'd
be some
already
decisions
done
made.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of where we are.
Okay. Okay. So Elias is going to cast Legend Lore, and to do so, he needs the item in question. So I think in one of the spare rooms, spare room. Let's look up the spell exactly. All right. All right. Doesn't actually have to have it. However, he does encourage Aiden and Velis to accompany him,
Oh yeah, definitely.
since both of you have interacted with it, and to participate in some meaningful way in the ritual. And so he casts the spell. It's not quite as spooky. There's actually a lot more warmth and golden light involved in these rituals. I don't think
things have
you've
changed.
Yeah. They're always that sort of weird sense of like cold dread whenever he casts big rituals and stuff. But this time it's almost like not necessarily rainbows, but definitely sunshine. Rainbows is more Warrior's thing.
Yeah.
But he casts the spell. And he, as he finishes the incantation, he closes his eyes, and looks like he's mouthing words. And he then begins to sort of, in a very monotone, inflectionless voice, narrate a tale. There's similarities and parallels to what you heard from the storyteller. Except he clarifies and explains that this blade is the remnant of a spirit of a Dalekir. One of 4 that came here a very long time ago. Each was tasked by an unseen master to gain dominion over the plane in order to make way for some kind of it's unclear. But this one fell in love with an elf queen and abandoned his charge and turned against his brothers. And in doing so, they forced him to fight and against the elf queen. But as his sort of last act, he let her get the killing blow on him. But basically, in an effort to ward her against their extraplanar influence, sort of cast his spirit into the sword But the resulting effects and attacks from his brothers basically warped space and rent the blade, sending it into multiple, basically breaking it up into multiple pieces and kind of sending it all over and everywhere, both in place and time. Aiden found the hilt and slowly, piece by piece, put it together. Whereas the tip, sort of an extended part, had stayed embedded in Lilith. And so what ended up happening is that spirit was fractured. And over time, basically kind of became two separate pieces. There's now this tip of the sword, or that's still sort of incomplete, that contains the broken memory of the original Dalekier named Werlock.
Can you
And then,
type the name for me?
yes. Here, I'll
Who's
type.
confused with Warlock.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Werelock.
Yeah.
Therelock.
Werlock.
Their sword.
Yeah, so the story of Lolth and her warlock was actually about an elf queen named Lilith and her werlock.
Aha.
So basically, it's one spirit that's been split into two. Part of it is remaining in one part of the blade. The other part is remaining in the part that Aiden has. But the spirit was influenced by essentially its wielder over time. But it's still incomplete. But if it were to be reformed, it would be basically a complete and living sentient weapon.
For now, it's only mostly sentient.
Right. It's almost like it's a symbiotic relationship. It can't exist on its own, and it needs the awareness and sentience of its wielder to really live. But
if it needeth
yeah.
that, doth it, well, it would not possess, then it seemeth to take more of the...
Doesn't have the strength to possess, no. It actually can't exist without the wielder.
Well, that is good to know.
In its broken state.
But who knows what it'll be able to do if it gets put back together.
Well, let me copy that for you.
Well, that was what she was asking, at least, like, if it was a return together, but oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Okay.
It's
So,
Schrodinger's
Your sword.
the blade.
It is.
It is
It's
called
only
Lilith's.
sentient if you're holding it.
It is called Lilith's hatred.
Oh shit.
Oh,
It is a weapon formed from the spirit of an extraplanar being. In its dormant state, it is a well, that's the trick, is that it's well, right now part of its properties are in Aiden's hilt and part of the properties are in the dagger because it's split. But were it to be a complete and whole sword, in its dormant state, you have a +1 to attack and damage rolls made with a magic weapon. While holding it, you have advantage on saving throws against being stunned. And the sword overcomes the damage resistance of any aberration and deals an additional 1d8 damage. It's considered a long sword.
So it's a D6. It's marked as a D6 on the dagger, but the sword would turn it into a D8.
Because it would be a sword, not a
Maybe
dagger.
a sword, yeah.
However, when the spirit is complete, the sword would enter its awakened state, seeing as how it is a vestige from the Age of Arcanum.
Ah!
And the attack and damage bonus would reach +2. While holding the sword, you were immune to being stunned, you have resistance to psychic damage, and the additional damage against aberrations increases to 2d8.
Oh shit!
Also, the spirit would be whole again. And it's Lilith's hatred would be a sentient, chaotic, neutral weapon with an intelligence of 12, a wisdom of 10, a charisma of 20. It has hearing and eldritch sight out to 120 feet. The weapon communicates telepathically with its wielder and can speak, read, and understand common, deep speech, and Elvish. A hedonistic Dalekir named Weirlock lives within Lilith's hatred. The weapon urges its wielder to take risks and indulge in vices.
Oh no.
Well, that
Oh,
doesn't.
no,
That's
no.
not gonna.
I don't need any encouragement.
Yeah.
Hey, Aiden,
No, you
don't
didn't
take
need that.
risks. Okay.
So basically what you're saying is nothing.
Nothing would change.
Basically.
No, what would change is on instead of a random occurrence, it would be a daily occurrence. So, dang it, where did Aiden go?
So what you're saying is, had I kept the dagger attuned, nothing would have changed for Velasy.
Right. Well, what would have happened is you would have slowly influenced the spirit in it, but it would still be that core personality. But yeah.
We don't need to give Aiden more incentive to take risks.
Too bad.
Let's be honest,
we
he's
don't
going to
know
do it
all
no
There's
that.
matter
such
what
a
we
thing
do.
as more though with it.
Yeah, I
don't
like. Is
think
there?
so. I think we're already there.
Like he's
I don't
gotten
think
better,
it's gonna
but
change anything.
maybe. But
I'm just like, unfortunately, the voices of reason within the party, I don't believe are present for this ritual. It
No.
sounded
I mean-
like it was just Elias, Aiden, and Velas.
I
unless
assumed
I was
all of us were
mistaken.
yeah,
watching.
we were watching. They
Oh, yeah.
weren't part of
Everyone
it,
would
I
but
was
probably
not
be there.
participating.
I don't know.
yeah,
I
I'm assuming we were
the way
watching
it was worded, it made it sound like they were somewhere.
because we all
else,
needed this information.
Yeah, no, I
Right.
think the idea was
Right.
just that
I thought
Aiden
it
and
was just
Velas
them.
were helping,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mhm.
the
Okay.
rest of us could.
I
were there.
misunderstood then. I thought it was like a
Right.
separate thing.
Yeah. But you heard slightly different variations of that same story a couple of times from various sources. Basically just kind of fills in some of the gaps.
Well, aside from certain names, I'm not surprised by that at all. It was what I was somewhat assuming of that story and what we saw of Lilith.
Oh, it's honestly could be worse.
I mean, that's true. I still don't trust the eventually sentient sword.
Oh no,
Oh.
no, definitely not.
But I suppose we doth not always trust those that we work with. But we still work with them. What do you think, Aiden?
Ultimately, if
Nothing's
our
news to
opinions don't
me.
matter.
So the real
I
question
mean-
is, are you gonna use it or not?
I mean, at this point, I think we take risks either way. I mean, if it causes a problem, we'll take care of it then, right?
That's the way we do it.
And oh, that's a lot. That is a lot of text.
That's what I read before.
Yeah,
Oh. Oh.
that is fancy. I mean, it's not really my choice to make, and I'll take out the dagger. To be fair to Aiden, I don't think it's just yours either. So what do we think? Is it worth it?
Given what it can do and what we are attempting to complete, I am all right, if he wisheth to put it back together. But will you trust us to deal with anything that may come from it if it attempts to influence more than just risk-taking?
I mean, that's about the only fallback I have, so
Well, you can rest assured if your risk-taking puts any of us in harm's way, I will not hesitate to stop you. But as long as you are not endangering the rest of us, what is life without taking a few risks?
I mean, technically taking a risk is endangering, but
Sometimes.
I assume you mean endangering more.
Yes.
I mean, Aiden going off and taking risks is going to be a risk to him, yes. If those risks are going to bring calamity down upon the rest of us.
Yeah, giving
that
Aiden
is
a
when we
poignant
have
look
to
at
put a
that.
stop to.
You know my thoughts on that matter.
yeah.
So a simple, if it comes down to it, we will put an end to it. But
I think
until
that's
then,
fair.
I trust you to. Hopefully, it does not impede your judgment, I guess.
I mean, let's face it, his judgment wasn't that great to begin with.
Really?
Oh.
You're gonna say that?
I'm aware.
Calling the kettle black.
I'll turn the dagger around to hold the hilt side out toward Aiden and just don't get yourself killed.
I mean, that's the idea.
That is partly what we are also here for.
All right then.
I'll take it and put it away.
Delete it from my inventory.
There's an incredible sense of disappointment that washes over you momentarily when you do so.
A little bit of it is mine because that was a real good dagger.
Oh, I suppose
what
now
now?
our plans are to go to the mine,
Right.
see what we can figure out.
Into the middle of Mind Flayer Colony. Sounds great.
I mean,
Perhaps
not
Mind
We don't really
Flayer is
know
possible.
that's what we're walking
Yes.
into, but
yeah.
I mean,
We can
sooner or
assume,
later.
potentially.
I mean, eventually mind flayers will almost certainly be involved, considering everything that has happened.
And they need us to be
but-
involved given Leomor's mother's
is-
circumstances.
I was going to say that was a part of our motivation for coming here, if I do recall, or at least part of my motivation, certainly.
Of course.
Ours.
So yes.
I mean, that's the other flip side is, you know, if this thing is whole, it is the spirit of a Delkir who created the illicit, so it may know some things about
That is true. I had
getting
not
little
thought of that.
tadpoles out of people.
Oh.
That's
This,
useful.
This could, in fact, be advantageous.
Now, in what you have probably picked up along the way is the specific Dalekir that Weirlock has a particular hatred for, and also the one that you had seen in an image a long time ago in a different mine in the Sirius Mountains. Technically, he's the one who, or at least likely is the one who originated the Mind Flayers, however long ago it was.
Ah,
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
We're,
Yes.
We're
That
dealing
was
with
his-
the original.
His specialty. The Delkir that, well, the remnants of whatever that Delkir was in Teliana, was I don't think you ever went into anything, but specifically you do know that Diran is known as the Corruptor and is originator for mind flayers.
Well, is there anything anyone else wants to do before we go?
I believe we're all set.
I don't remember
Yeah,
if I actually did this last time, so I would just go over to a corner and pick up a really large pile of very fluffy cloaks and drop them in the middle of the group and go, "Hey, traveling clothes."
Oh, I don't believe you did
good.
that. No. So
It's gonna be cold.
Fair enough. We are going up in the mountains, aren't we?
How warm is the wings cloak? Or do I need an extra layer?
Um,
Probably not.
if you get high enough in the mountains, it is going to be extra cold, but it's not winter.
Yeah, we're also going into a valley, so probably not that high up.
Yeah, it's just a matter of where we
Probably.
end up
Right.
going while we're
Mhm.
doing this thing, I think. Better to
Big
have them
valley
than
means
not.
Yeah.
potentially less wind chill.
We could
Right.
keep them in the bag of holding, and in case we need
Yeah,
them.
we're talking like Sierra Nevada in summer, and like maybe one or two peaks might have snow at the very tip, but
Mhm.
unless you're planning on trekking through a lot of that, which you won't really have to worry too much about cold weather.
Useful for later, at least.
I just like the
Hello,
having
motherfucker.
a big winter cloak on.
There's never a bad idea to be prepared. We've ended up in some strange places, so maybe we should have had these sooner.
So, shall we?
We've got the keys. We've got, well, Keegan, you have the helm, and that should take us where we want to be to start, at least.
There's a non-commercial and non-verbal grunt.
Don't look so excited.
Okay. So you would all be gathering up.
Pernell's not surprised by any of this. She's used to that from Age of Arcanum. They had this shit all the time.
Oh yeah. Anything else before you leave Gwarden?
I think
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we grabbed food and
Yeah, we grabbed
Clothes
provisions. We
and-
grabbed.
yeah.
Yeah.
we're good.
We did provisions. We did. We
Mhm.
Did we
raided Archmage's hideout.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Possibly
forget
we
if-
should leave.
Yeah.
All right.
We had anything we could get.
So you all gather together. Egan sort of like, well, I don't think he's actually used it before. So, but because you have the keys, and because you have at least a description of where it is that you're going, that does allow you to teleport without any potential percentage chance for a mishap. Now, you all have experienced some minor teleportation before. Sort of Aiden's quick bamfing spells that kind of send you around the battlefield is quick. It's
We did
fairly instantaneous.
we did like gate or something to get out of the Shadowfell, didn't we, with the candle?
Mhm.
little bit, yeah.
It was
like,
gate.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's not so
Yeah.
much teleportating.
Well,
as
yeah,
stepping
no, but
through
I
it.
was like, I was trying to
Yeah.
remember because I was like, there have been a few times that we've like traveled, but yeah, it's never been teleportation.
And so there's a moment of sort of like no sensation, of almost weightlessness, as you all basically are one moment in one of the parlors in the ridiculously ostentatious Gwarden home that you had been crashing. And the next moment, you find yourselves in, well, for some of you, it's perfectly normal. For others, it's very, very dark. A small cramped office. And sort of when you all appear, a couple of chairs and a small side table kind of get like shoved and knocked out of the way, and you can hear the sounds of what looks to be a couple of maybe boxes of papers or books or something crashes to the floor. So those of you that can see perfectly well in the dark, this looks to be a small office of sorts. There's a number of sort of shelves with look to be a bunch of books and ledgers, very neat, organized, with the exception of the area that you all kind of appeared in, which shoved everything out of the way. And about a moment after you appear, you can all hear the sound of basically it sounds like a small bell, like someone's ringing a small bell. And then it's also pitch black because there's no light.
Look around.
Yeah.
Does it sound like an alarm spell?
It does sound like an alarm spell.
That was my thought, but Leah has
Oh.
no.
Wiria can
I
see
use
despite
that
the pitch
spell.
black.
Could just
Yeah.
shake off the sense of deja vu for a second and then put on her goggles and look around.
Well, someone put a warning up, so just be on guard.
So there's no windows, but there is one sort of plain wooden door that looks like it latches on this side.
So we have easy access to unlatching it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you were on the other side of the door, you would need the keys. But since you're on this side of the door, seemingly, you don't.
And we have the keys.
And you have the keys.
Well, it could be that someone put up a warning for people appearing. It could be an old warning. We don't really know, but
Who prepares for that?
I mean, either it's people who
In a
are
mine.
either it's people who are still here who want to make sure that whatever dangers are around here don't sneak up on them, or they were worried about people breaking into this place. In which case, honestly, the fact that we have the keys should prove that we didn't break in. So,
What is this?
Is there any crack in the
place?
door or
I
anything I
cannot
can peek
see.
through?
Nope. It's pretty well sealed. It's the room itself is probably about 10 not much bigger than like 10 by 10. So it's a bit of a tight fit for everyone to kind of appear in. It looks the floors are stone, but there seems to be some like lush rugs and carpets laid out. But it appears as if the walls are wooden. Looks like it's been carved stone with some wooden walls put up. The ceiling has been carved away, and you can see that there are some large wood beams running along it.
Is the doors wood?
Mm-hmm. The door's wood.
I walk over and like listen at the door to see if anyone's coming in from the bell.
Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom perception check at disadvantage because there's a bell sound going.
Fair enough.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. 17.
You hear a bell going off.
Nothing for it, but
No one seems to be coming, perhaps.
well,
yeah,
At least not
I
loudly.
mean, Velis, perhaps you or you and I can go ahead quietly and keep an eye out.
not a bad
Or-
idea.
I can send Brightwing, though. You never know with him.
either way that involves opening the door, which is
Yes.
the first step.
Yes.
Door
Um,
opening is essential. You're not wrong.
But I pray you be careful given last time.
Look
I mean,
at it.
there's a difference between opening a door and
I
breaking down a door.
highly doubt that it's trapped from the inside, but I'll look.
I'm thinking it was
Natural
alarmed.
20.
So it's locked, for sure. But that's because you can see the physical mechanism on this side of the door is latched. But you're guessing that there aren't any mechanical traps, but very likely seemingly there was some sort of magical alarm, at least on the room.
Was being the keyword.
Mhm. Well, still going on.
Yeah.
Yes, it's still
I
going.
have a spell slot used. Would that have been before or after our last rest?
I would imagine that this was like a
We would have
Uh,
rested before we came here, right?
most likely yes,
Yeah.
unless
Okay.
there was any
Yeah,
particular.
we were
sense
leaving
of
in the
urgency.
morning, basically.
But
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
throw up a detect magic then.
Okay. This room is warded with an alarm spell
That's all.
that's currently active
Good.
Okay.
Yes.
and going off.
Somebody give me the
Mm.
keys. I want to shut this thing off, or at least get away from it.
Mm.
Unless
Keegan,
you
probably send them
really
over
want me
because
to
right,
pick
he can have them.
Whoever is
lock.
holding the keys, which is probably Hegan because of the helm,
Right.
would
Yeah.
presumably give them to Velis.
Yeah.
Can Hegan see in the dark? I forget.
Yes.
True sight.
Right. He can see in everything.
He can see everything.
He sees all.
Actually, does True Sight let you see in the dark? I forget.
I
'Cause
will
it's not
unlock
blind
the
sight.
Even-
door.
It's not blind sight, but Hegan also has dark vision because Hegan's a
Okay.
dragonborn.
Yeah.
Fair
That's
enough.
what I couldn't remember because so many. I can never keep track of which races do and don't because Fearbold don't. So Leah is
Right.
just standing in the dark like somebody make a decision I can't see. So
Elias would probably light up his mace just because it's easy.
okay, yeah, because
He also can't see.
Yeah, I was like, I don't even really want to ask because I'm like, maybe there's a good reason not to. Leah's never been in a mine.
I'll just
she has
send
no idea where they
Oh,
are.
4
also,
dancing lights to the corners of the room
Sure.
to add a little bit
Okay, now
Yeah.
and unlock the door.
also the ceiling's probably like 6.5 to 7 foot. It's not perfectly even, but it's
So I'm a little
not
unsure.
super. Yeah.
So we teleported in, and Leah and Hegan immediately smacked their heads. Basically.
Probably, possibly, quite likely.
Good.
Leah, being as tall as she is, yeah, I'm sure. Was not expecting that.
Aren't
Do
you
the
both
keys
all right?
unlock the door?
No, because the keyhole's on the other side. The latch is on this side.
Then I will thieves tools it.
Okay.
It's a latch, is it?
It's a
Hegan
latch, you
kind of
just
like
lift it.
reaches over and just like
Oh, okay,
turns
okay.
the deadlock.
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
was,
why I
says,
was
I
like,
was
it's-
You're
picturing
welcome.
it differently than what you were saying in my head.
Gotcha.
I am tired.
You lock it on.
This is a lot of work for
I just
exiting a closet.
misunderstood.
We are
Okay.
taking
As
after
always
Vox
with any
Machina.
adventuring party, our greatest enemy, doors.
Yep.
Always.
Right. Okay.
So going out with Wiria?
Okay. The door opens outwards, and is probably if when it gets maybe about partway open, you hear what sounds like a crossbow, and then a thick, heavy crossbow bolt slams into the door right in front of you. As you can hear the sounds of a couple more crossbow bolts or crossbows firing.
Can I just shut the door again?
And what sound to be like a chorus of various humanoid voices shouting and drawing steel.
Oh, good.
We're not here to fight.
Whoa.
We're
Um,
friends.
however,
Passing through.
one of those shots did actually hit.
Oh.
Yeah, hard.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So, Velis, you're going to take 15 points of damage
Ow!
from the critical hit.
Oh,
Oh, Gonna run out
So-
of hearing that.
Yeah, so as you're like going to shut the door, a bolt basically comes in and just as it's shutting, gets you in the neck or something, and it's like just this gout of red
Yeah.
blood
Yeah.
spatters the door, and you're like, ah! But yeah,
What the fuck
Velis.
was that?
Well,
you hear shouts from the other side, stand your ground, hold on, we'll take care of them.
We're not here to fight.
And
Can
sort of
I-
as you shout
Wiria
that,
yells out, "Do you know?" My brain is blanking on her name, but the dwarf's name?
Somewhere.
Start with an A.
It's
Hold on. I think I know it, but I'm double checking that I'm right.
Oh, I think I did write it down because I was
I
like,
know I wrote it
I think I
down.
wrote it down too.
I have too many
Oz-
damn
it
notes
sound-
myself.
it's not Ozma, but my brain is
Ozra.
giving me
Ozra.
I was gonna say Ozra.
Ozra.
My brain
Yes.
was giving me
Wait.
Ozma, and I'm like, this is
Yeah.
not the Wizard of
No.
Oz.
No.
Or Ruby.
While
Yeah.
all of this
Or
crazy
Final
Which
is
is
Fantasy.
happening,
that name is from
Uh-huh.
the Wizard of Oz.
Uh,
Originally.
Leah's just gonna go over. If she can go over to Velis, and I don't know if he's already, ripped whatever arrow out of him, probably, but she's just gonna go over and lay on hands and fill back up whatever he just took, because that is not a good way to start this.
No.
And at this
Thank
point,
you.
I'm like, I'm at a level that 15 points I can easily lay on hands,
Uh-huh.
get rid of it. So.
You hear like
Thank you.
sort of some shouts and sort of like a
I got
stand
you.
down. Wait, hold. Did you say Ozra?
Yes, we're.
Oh,
Oops.
sorry about that.
It's all right. We didn't exactly announce
It's
ourselves.
not all right. They shot me.
Velis, they
fixed
didn't
you,
mean.
it's better.
Oh, I'm very sure they meant to.
At this point, I just kind of push open the door and walk
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
You push open the door and you see a smattering of humanoids. They look like miners from their outfit, their apparel. They're all pretty filthy, all of them. A couple of them have some like makeshift shields, a couple of crossbows, and basically like pickaxes and shovels and stuff. And they're kind of standing around somewhat nervously. But there is a dwarf. Beard looks like it may have been like burned off somewhat recently. Actually, most of the hair looks like it had been burned off somewhat really recently. But he kind of like steps up and sort of he looks like he's the one who's got like the big heavy crossbow, which he kind of like puts down and almost behind him. Turns a little red, a little embarrassed. He's like, "Yeah, sorry. There's been a lot of weird stuff in this mine."
Nice
And
name, though.
thanks. Yeah. There's been a lot of stuff coming up from the city and coming by, and that had been locked since all the elves took off, and so we just heard something going on. We thought, maybe it was them coming back or something broke in. And
Right, monsters.
how'd you
coming
all
out of a
get in
sealed
there?
Room.
Magic.
Yes.
Yeah, that figures.
You're not talking, Jerusha.
Sorry, I was muted. Haku was whining in the background, so I didn't want to let you to have to listen to him whine. Magic is really the answer. We're trying to find something not specifically here at the mine, but the mine is the closest place we knew. So, but Ozra did ask us to tell you if there was anyone here still, that the city is safer now. The
city's still there. You hear like some
Most of it.
comments and kind of like a half-hearted like, oh, like there seems to be a palpable sense of relief.
There's still quite a few people, mostly staying in the woods side, but not the council.
Yeah, council's gone.
Yeah, there's a number of refugees that came up from the city once the monsters started coming, and they kind of we've been holed up here in the mine ever since. Occasionally, we're not sure from where. We're guessing they come in through some caves or something from below. We've knocked down most of the shafts. Go out scavenging forays out in the outside, but it's been pretty dangerous. We've been kept in here for the most part. But if you're saying there's still monsters out there, and you can see like when he says monsters, like kind of a shared look passes amongst the handful of people there that they're likely anything that they had run into was probably very deadly to them.
I'm gonna, as we talk, just start some primeval awareness to get an idea of how close some of that shit might be.
Okay. All right.
When was
So
the
you're
last
going to
time
concentrate for a moment.
saw one of these creatures?
It's probably a couple days ago. Haven't been anything since, but we sometimes hear things like when people are sleeping at night. Nobody can sleep real easy. It's like
That's understandable. The city, if you can make your way there, is probably a bit safer than the mine.
Yes.
At least everyone
Okay.
is prepared and ready, but the monsters are gone.
For the most
They're
part.
trying to reclaim the parts of the city that had to be abandoned and clear
Who-
them
who-
out. So,
Who exactly is they?
well,
Most
kind of a
everyone who
mix of people,
can.
honestly.
At this point.
so
Whoever's
mostly
left
just
and able.
the residents of the city in general. The only member of the council that's left is Indiel, and he's helping.
Council's helping?
No, only one of them is left.
Singular member.
The rest of them ran off.
Yes, and he is
To
not
be fair, I
technically.
wouldn't lump him in with the
The help
council.
is
Would
not
still consider him
associated
the
with
council,
at this
yes.
point.
It's like, okay, that
A
sounds
former
about right
member.
then.
Yeah, the only reason
Okay.
I mentioned one member of the council is so if you went back and saw him, you were not shocked that there was a member of the council. But
You have
yes,
been
the
organizing
council has
everyone.
abandoned the city,
Yeah.
but everyone that's left is doing a great job, honestly, trying to take things back and protect each
Okay.
other.
So the primeval awareness that you set off, you're not picking up anything in the immediate vicinity. So you'd have to sit there and concentrate longer to continue to extend it. But probably anything within, say, few 100 feet in every direction.
I'll hold the concentration while we talk, because I can talk
Okay.
and focus on that.
Okay. Sure. But with the potential immediate threat having been neutralized, a number of the gathered folk kind of split off one by one and leave and go about their business, but the dwarf kind of steps up and holds out his hand and introduces himself as Gestus.
That must be fun at parties. What's your name? Gestus. Like,
Yeah. So I guess you might say I'm kind of like a, underforeman of sorts. Osra had taken a bit of a leave for a bit, and then all the things kind of started happening, and I guess for what it's worth, I'm in charge, as much as anyone can be.
You seemeth to be doing a good job. Hath you lost anyone yet?
Yeah, a lot of people. We're not fighters. I mean, I can swing a hammer and I can swing a pick, but that's when you got something with big teeth and fangs or weird things coming at you. It's a whole different thing than knowing just right where to hit the stone. So
you've seen creatures with tentacles on their face?
No. They were they're like big dogs. and just too many teeth and too many legs.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
About par for the course, honestly.
Yeah. But the one that got us was it's like this. It's like a weird mix between it's like like someone took a goblin and then another goblin and then smashed them together. And yeah, it was weird. They were smart little buggers.
Does that sound like something we run into?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
Yes,
fought
it
him in the
sounded
city.
familiar, yeah.
Yeah, in the city, and then those were a couple that you ran into quite a while ago back in Tesoa.
Ah, those.
Yeah. But if you're saying that the city's been clear, then we might be able to make it out of here. Get back on down. I know that'd make a lot of people happier. Because I mean, I don't mind being down here, but and he kind of looks at Leah and Hegan. Not everyone's suited to living underground.
Definitely.
Understandable.
Probably a quarter mile, Velis. You pick up a sensation of something. It's not something that you've encountered before, but it seems more like less of individual creature and more like an amalgamation of something. You're not entirely sure, but
2.5 miles.
No, like a quarter mile.
Quarter mile.
Yeah.
Down?
Yeah. It's down-ish and, a little bit further east.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take it you all know the area around here.
I know these mines like the back of my hand.
Well, what about
Actually,
the area outside the mines?
I can get from here to Guarden, but I haven't really ever had much occasion to go anywhere but the mine. I mean, it's kind of part and parcel of being a miner is I spend my time in the mine.
Does anyone
Yeah,
here
what
know
about
the area
anybody
anymore?
Sure, a couple people. I know there's some who've been ranging looking for food and whatnot. You might be able to talk to some of them.
Well, if you could point us in the right direction.
Sure. I mean, we can head over to where we got everybody holed up. Some of the old quarters mess hall, and we're a little full right now, but he leads you. So it looks as if this is as best as they could. The elves tried to establish some sort of central office area of sorts, with some wood, essentially what would be like wood walls and paneling and such here and there. Looks like maybe an administrative record keeping area, but he leads you through a number of the stone is pretty neatly carved, but nothing really worked. Just kind of cleanly dug away.
While we're going, Brunel's just going to mention, apologies for the sudden questioning. We aren't simply looking for a specific area around here that we may be able to cut off the source of these creatures at the head somewhat, hopefully.
Oh. Sounds good. It's good to take the fight straight to whatever's them's in charge. But he starts talking about, the goings on and sort sort of they've kind of like put not exactly a militia together, but a force of the most able-bodied, and they're the ones who kind of go out on ranging missions. But there's basically probably about 3 or 4 dozen or so miners and various townsfolk and whatnot, who've holed up in what was space for like maybe 2 dozen people. There are other areas of the mine, but they collapsed a bunch of the tunnels to keep once, as far as they knew, everyone came out of the tunnels just to keep things from getting in. But they take you to what looks to be like a common area where they've got some lights. There's a number of lanterns and stuff, and occasionally like small phosphorescent like collections of phosphorescent mosses that have all been kind of clumped together as sort of like very minimal light. It's pretty gloomy here for anyone who's used to being on the outside, but I'd imagine for those of you who can,
as gloomy as the Shadowfell.
not as gloomy as the shot. Yeah, no, there's no goth to this gloom. It's more just dim.
Soot and
Yeah, it's
dirt.
just dark and soot and dirt.
We're
and,
just in a mine.
yeah.
There's
But
constant cleansing stone.
you have gathered quite a bit of attention, but Gestus kind of calls a number of folks together, and kind of pulls up a there's a sort of a younger half elf, not quite of age, young woman.
Minor.
Well,
We found it.
she does not look like a she looks like a minor, but she doesn't look like a minor. Yeah. So he says, "This here's Jessa. She's probably the most familiar with the area. She's the sneakiest of the bunch, and she spent probably more time than anyone here on the outside looking around. If you're looking for anything, Jessa can probably point you in the right direction." And you can see young adult, barely out of their teens, if that. But she looks pretty hardened, tired, and like she's seen a lot more than her years would imply. She just kind of like takes you all in, and what are you looking for?
Trying to remember, was there like a river or something that
Yeah.
we had heard about?
Azra talked about basically there's a large river that runs sort of the length of the mountains. Here, let me pull us over to Menagerie Coast map. It's not pictured because
Through here?
yeah. So basically it
Like
actually comes down.
this? Or like between these areas or?
No.
Okay.
Basically it starts in a somewhere higher up in the mountains. Probably some lake or something up there. And it basically comes in around this way before eventually emptying out that way.
Okay.
And different, very like 1 or 2 tributaries of it even go underground and intersect the mine in a few places. But basically, Azra said that her pappy went prospecting up the river looking for something besides just the copper and tin and whatnot and a little bit of iron that the Dolithil mine produces, something a little bit more valuable, and got spooked and told ghost stories about it for the rest of his days. That was quite a while ago, though. she's still pretty young.
I mean,
Well,
I sup- go ahead, John.
basically, you made your way by the river at all?
Somewhat. There's a lot of animals that go to the river to drink. It's good hunting ground,
Yeah.
but it's good hunting ground for everything, so it can be dangerous.
Yeah. Have you heard anything odd while you were out that way?
I mean, have you seen what's out there? They
Different
make a lot of weird
I
stories.
noises.
know which way they're coming
Odds.
from, that's all.
From most of what I'm seeing, all those things came from the city.
Well, I guess then it would be where they're heading to.
I generally avoid following those things. I'm
That's a
still
smart
alive
choice.
because I avoid fighting with them.
Which is fair.
No, that's probably
Mhm.
the
Of
smart
course.
choice.
But which direction you seen them going, at least?
Higher, deeper into the mountains. Mostly south.
Hmm.
But
This all started. Did you hear any strange stories?
stories? What do you mean?
Strange
I mean-
sounds,
I mean, these
strange
things making
songs.
not hearing any songs or anything like that, but I mean, these things make a racket when they're going about, and they're not normal creatures, but they're disrupting a lot of things. I'm seeing a lot of animals going places that they don't normally go. When something pushes a predator out, that predator goes to new hunting ground, and then it kind of shifts everything. And there's been a lot of that happening in this last season or so.
I think the challenge here is what we're looking for is probably as much legend as knowledge around here.
Mm.
Don't you know of any valleys?
Valley that's untouched by night and day. It's
I mean,
unusual valleys.
most of the people here have been untouched by night and day for quite some time.
That's actually fair.
Are there any parts where the river goes through the mine?
Couple, small little, creeks and stuff. Miners use it for various purposes. I mean, I don't know much about mine and stuff. You got to talk to Gestus about any of that. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, it's the river goes all the way through the mountains, empties out in the lake. I mean, there's not a lot of people up in the mountains. But I've seen evidence of some folk, animals and such, and these creatures wherever they came from. But I'm thinking of late, there's a bunch of giant can that showed up. I think that's sort of that predator thing I was talking about. They weren't around here before, somewhat recent. So wherever they came from must have been from somewhere else. But
Which way you seen them?
well, I saw like wasn't exactly tracks. It's like an old campsite, but whoever camped there must have been real big. So I figure giants.
Sure.
But looks like they came and went from going south to north about a couple weeks back. There is a weird place. It's up the river a bit. I tend not to go. Haven't gone in a long time. But there's a bunch of old like statues or something. Looks like it might be some old, I don't know, shrine or something. Place
What
always
kind
did
of
give me.
statues?
Yeah, looks like people,
Any
like
particular kind
fighting
of
people. Well, like it's hard to tell. I mean, it's they're so worn down by the weather. They've been out there for an age. Covered
And
in
that's
dirt,
just upriver?
broken. Yeah, a couple days at least. That's the furthest I've ever been. Place always creep me out, but that's
You
probably the
said of
furthest I've
people
been.
fighting?
Oh yeah, different fighting types. There weren't, what looks to be, maybe what passes for armor. Again, that stuff must have been sitting out in the weather for a long time.
Give a knowing look at Velis and that.
I'm just nod.
But there's you can tell you're getting close because looks like it's a I don't know, maybe even it's like a giant sized statue holding a broken sword. I don't know, some old ruin from some other time.
That
But I haven't
is-
seen any people evidence of anything like that in a long time. I mean, nothing been around here forever. It's just been that, garden. I mean, if you go to the other side of the Sirius, you get the Geodan River, and a little bit further you get on up into the Empire, but there's all kinds of ruins here and there back from before.
You say ruins, but were there buildings or remnants of them?
Eh,
I don't think she
looks
went
like
far
some.
enough to see.
No, there's like a. I'm guessing it was like some kind of old shrine or something.
Well, that was
But
for the best.
yeah, it's. And I haven't been that way probably. Maybe a couple years.
Sounds like maybe a place to start at least.
Yes.
Appreciate the information.
Mm-hmm.
You all keep
Just-
your head down.
I try. Where it is though, and she kind of looks over where Gestus is talking to a couple of other folks that might be about time to be heading back.
If you do, be careful. I mean, it'll be safer there than here. You want to make your way to the forest, not into the city. There are some left in the city, but you'll be welcome in the forest.
That'll be first. I'm not still alive though because I'm not careful. So
Good.
I guess my fine guess is to at least get us out of the mine.
May make it quicker.
yeah,
That would
yeah.
help.
You could wander if you wanted, but
Let's
We
not.
could just explore, but
Sure.
Hmm.
okay. Yeah. So he leads you. It's actually not very far from the entrance. It seems. This whole domicile area. But as you are following him out, it sounds like there's a lot of rising activity and a lot of sort of excitement building as word has sort of begun to spread that it might be safe enough now to leave. And a significant number of those creatures have all been killed, and the city's been not quite saved, but just at least recovered. But they kind of take down a barricade and start clearing a passage and a path out of the mine for you. You can exit fairly readily. And he kind of waves you all on and...
Good luck.
Take care, and careful about chasing down ghost stories.
It's what we're good at, apparently.
Or at least what we need us to do. Quite
That's what I
considerably.
make my living on.
No. I had a feeling.
Thinks about
But,
it and just stares off a bit for a moment.
Tell, if you see, I'm actually, if you're going up in the mountains, I'm guessing I'm going to see Azra before I see you all, but I'll have to thank her for sending you. If she sent you. Did she send you? You mentioned
Kinda.
her.
Halfway?
Mutual agenda.
Mutual agenda. Yeah, okay.
She knew we were headed up this way and asked us to keep an eye out for any survivors in the mine.
Ah. Yep. That'd be us.
She'll be happy.
See y'all.
See ya.
That you exist. I promise.
All right. Yeah, no. We're still here. Well, I mean, not for, well, probably at least a day or so. Gather
For the
up
moment,
stuff.
you're still
Right.
here.
Okay. Take care now. Wishes you all good journeys. Farewell.
So,
The,
perhaps an underground part of the river? Where this valley lay?
That's what it feels like.
Seems
The
likely.
endless falls and the echoing. That certainly
That-
sounds like
I'd
it.
say we'd go up towards those statues and see what we find. And might follow the river from that point.
Statues.
Huh?
Statues, yeah.
Seems like the best place we have to start.
I certainly hope that is the case.
The stories of Azra's father were a bit non-specific, so
okay. All right. So, among you, you have a number of people who are fairly proficient in,
Survival.
yes, thank you.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't take too much effort to find the river, and then follow it, at least as best you can. There is a sort of light foot trail, that you follow for some ways, but eventually it does start getting a little bit rockier, a little bit steeper in some places, as you're kind of like trying to follow this river as it slowly begins to slope upwards in the mountains. And as you are traveling, why don't one of you? Because this is let's see. Normally I think what Leah does the survival and someone does a assist.
Because I think Leah has the highest bonus to it.
Right.
Of those
Okay.
of us with proficiency. I was
Sure.
gonna say I seem to recall I'm normally the one rolling
Okay.
survival.
The Pathfinder.
Yeah,
you
the
are
Pathfinder.
the Pathfinder.
So
Hey.
Pathfinder, go Pathfind.
Okay.
So you're basically, finding the best route in order to make some progress, as well as
Ew, maybe.
keep an eye out for potential, at least natural dangers.
13. I
Okay.
did not. The first one was a 2, so thankfully with help it was a little better than that. But Yeah.
Okay. That's
13.
oh no, that's
Leah's
totally
never
fine.
been in a mine. It's new territory. She's just a little unsure of herself.
I
That's
mean,
all.
we're
Mountains
not
are
in the mine
weird.
anymore.
Well, no, you're outside right now
Yeah.
in the
Oh, we are-
mountains.
Yeah, we're just
following
walking
the
along the river.
north.
I thought it was like an underground river.
No, we're thinking
There
of
might be
looking for part of that.
The river might go
Oh.
underground at some point, but
Mhm.
not
Or at
at
least
the
through
moment.
the
There
mountain,
are-
maybe.
Missed coming above ground. Sorry.
There are
Well,
parts of it that are underground, or small tributaries and such.
gotcha.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, yeah, 13. So
Mm. Okay. All right. So that is definitely, sufficient to keep you on track as you traverse through the mountains. It is slow going. There's a lot of slow climbing, occasional fording of difficult terrain. But you spend a good rest of the morning traversing through the mountains. And if I can get one of you to roll a D10 for me, just to see
Who wants it?
what.
I mean, I have one out and ready.
Aiden should do it. It's Aiden's thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
2.
2. Okay.
It's a bit of an
All right.
Aiden adventure.
Okay. All right. So the river kind of courses its way up through the mountains here, and it looks as if it has, for quite some time, kind of dug its path deeper and deeper through the hills here. And so oftentimes it is, you're navigating a lot of kind of like narrow, it wouldn't really be a valley exactly, but it's clear that this river has been, slowly cutting through for a very long time. And there's a lot of sort of old exposed stone you can see. Any of you who would be particularly interested in geology or anything like that would be absolutely fascinated with the rock formations and the transition over time of the various
To a degree.
sediments.
There you go.
But what you're seeing is this particular river, whatever its nature, has dug and carved its way through the mountains and exposed quite a bit. But you can definitely see over time that there are and have been one or two looks to be like major events. There's that really changed up the growth of sediment and structure. Probably, looking at it, give or take, probably sometime around, pre-divergence, age of calamity era, that there must have been a lot of major seismic activity and upheaval in this region. And you get to a particular sort of like it widens up almost into probably not more than maybe like a quarter mile wide, maybe half a mile across. But judging by the formations of everything around here and the sparse vegetation, it looks as if this may have been the site of a settlement a very, 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 very long time ago. I would say probably due to your experience with ruins and such, Aiden, you can see sort of just the bare remnants of sort of like a foundation here, a partial wall there that might almost be missed in and amongst the rocks and general terrain. I don't know if there's if you wanted to stop and investigate further, but by your silence, I'm guessing
Doesn't
this is
seem like there's much to investigate.
right.
Yeah, is there any old settlement? What?
Is what?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to. You said it was like an old.
So
Like-
it's like old foundations where you can kind of but it's like rock slides and just general terrain shifts and stuff over time have covered up most of it, but this was likely a settlement of some kind a very, very long time in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there might be something, but it doesn't seem likely after this many years. Then again, we found some old shit in the Shadowfell, so who knows? Mostly just do we want to take the time?
If you want to go poking around in rock slide and dislodge something and bury yourself, be my guest.
There's like 1 second where Purnell looks at Velis when he says he found some old shit in the Shadowfell, where she's not quite sure if he's referring to her or not for a second, and then decides against it.
I actually forgot that Purnell wasn't there for that part.
That's funny. Meanwhile, I'm just picturing the little like anime style, like the thought bubble pops up and we see little cartoon Velis being like poke, poke, ah, and being buried by everything. Like that's what. Yep.
Okay. Other than occasionally it looks like evidence of typical flora and fauna in the mountains. There's a large group of you, and so natural predators and stuff, mountain lions and bears and such, aren't really going to take much interest in you. And so far, you haven't seen evidence of anything particularly monstrous or aberrant in your travel. So other than those old ruin remnants, there isn't much that you encounter during the course of the day.
I would say that while we're traveling, once an hour, I'll take a minute just to make sure we don't accidentally cross paths with something.
Okay. What's it like? A couple miles is the full
6
range?
miles.
6 miles. Okay. So there is that sense of something that you would have left behind back by the mine. But as you move away from it, you don't really pick up on much of anything else. Every now and again, you get like a small something, but not a lot of them. And typically only like you get the sense of it might be one or two of some of the smaller, weaker creatures. Again, very likely remnants of those that scattered when you kind of broke the vanguard of whatever their host would have been. But nothing that seems that would be a threat.
Yeah. As long as we're traveling through the mountains, I'll just do that like once an hour just to, if there's a band coming by, just to redirect us, not looking for anything in particular.
Okay. That will definitely help if there is such an occasion. But eventually the sky begins to darken, the shadows begin to lengthen, and the blue sky begins to shift to a dark, starlit sky. You can keep on traveling at dark at night in the dark if you want. Otherwise, you can make camp for the evening. But
I mean,
Let's camp.
I
Yes.
don't know if there's any reason to keep traveling in the dark.
okay,
Besides finding a
Yeah.
better place, but I do not think
Okay.
we shall find anything different.
If we don't seem to be in a terrible place.
okay, all right.
Let's try and not be party exhaustion this time.
Yeah. Pernell will take last
Oh,
watch.
it will inevitably happen.
I'll watch as well.
Mhm. Okay.
There will be a dome because there's always a dome.
Yes.
Right. There's always a dome. Until there's a much bigger dome.
Eventually.
Someday.
Okay. You've got your pretty standard watch, but other than maybe an occasional owl or other small nocturnal animal, you don't really get accosted or approached by anything.
Hmm.
I may take out the dagger at some point and just kind of stick it in the ground and stare at it.
Okay. When you're holding it, you get that sense. You get it. It feels familiar, but it's like going back to a place that would feel familiar, but there's something that changed about it. It's like going back to your old hometown, but things are a little bit different. It just, you get that feeling from it. It's like, it's not quite the same as, yeah. Considering it's got a different personality shard inside of it than what you've been accustomed to. Very likely you're picking up on sort of a weird psychic feedback on it. But it,
Nothing changing now that Velis is apparently not attuned to it.
I don't know, do you attune to it?
No, just making
Okay.
observations.
Just making observations. Yeah, it's still very, very, very dark elfy, goth drow, spider webs and spiders and all that stuff.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it's unmoving. Doesn't do anything.
Just kind of observe it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then just put it away.
Yeah,
Again, a brief wave of sort of frustrated disappointment, kind of in the back of your mind. It's like you're not feeling it, but it's like, if that's the thing, it's like it's almost as if you feel it for a moment, and then you realize like that feeling didn't come from you. It's like, you're picking
Yeah.
up on. But
It's
At
all-
some point during
Mhm.
my watch, I would take out the message parchment and
Sure.
just like turn it over a few times and think about it for about 15, 20 minutes and then put it away. And that's all.
okay.
Yeah, during Pernell's watch, she's probably going to be writing a lot in her journal and like flipping back to certain things, and then starts drawing a little like really caricature-y little map and making notations on it. But
Mm-hmm.
that's about it.
Okay.
I think that it didn't come up, but I think that after taking all of the nice paper and ink and stuff, I think that Velis probably would have given like a couple vials of nice ink to Pernell for her journal out of that.
Right. I mean,
Thank you,
it's
Alice. Oh yeah, I have
there's
those books now
nice
too.
ink. Yeah, there's nice ink, but then there's also like incredibly
writing?
rare, valuable inks that you can use for spell casting and
Yeah.
scrolls and rituals and stuff. So you're
Yeah,
not
but
entirely sure which
Multiple
is which.
classes of
So
wizard for whatever reason.
yeah, if Pernell ever meets a wizard and they see her writing with those inks, they're just gonna go, "What are you doing?"
No, I didn't know they were that kind. I don't know
Yeah.
that shit.
Neither did I.
Yeah, like
Well,
yeah,
I
like
do, but
you're kind of like done, and when it dries, you're kind of like looking at it, and it's like it's almost like it's iridescent and glittery. Like it like reflects the light.
Like we
a
had
little bit.
these gel pens back in the Age of Arcanum. This is normal.
Yeah, exactly. Age of Arcanum gel pens.
Gel quills.
Gel quills,
quills.
yes. That was just a
Can that
normal
be
thing.
a card? Age of
Yeah.
Arcanum
She might actually
Gel
make her little like not map in that ink.
Right. Yeah.
Like she's not a cartographer. It looks terrible, but
Yeah.
Don't
Most
let
most
Aiden see it.
maps are more representative than they are simulations.
Mhm.
Does any of us have the intelligence to multiclass into a wizard?
Intelligence? No.
How much do you need?
13.
Yes!
Nope.
Technically, I could.
Technically, Velas could be a wizard. Yeah.
Technically.
You're a wizard, Velas.
Like I said, if Bella's ever dies, I mean, please don't.
Nope.
Hey, that's on you, not me.
Are we really
Aiden is
just a
12,
party of
so
dumb people?
it's like,
We're
What's
a party of
Elias's?
idiots.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Wait,
we're a party of
please-
above average intelligence.
Because
please tell me
Liam's
Velas does not have the
intelligent, so he
highest
wasn't.
intelligence.
I think
I
it's
mean, nobody else is speaking
probably
up, so
Aiden.
probably.
It might.
Okay.
Well.
I have 12 intelligence.
No, I'm
Oh.
higher than Aiden.
Yeah,
Huh.
Leah only has
We can
11.
see this.
All right, I have to know this because if
I'm
Velas
12.
is the smartest person in the
I
party,
know,
I'm
like,
scared.
what's Elias?
What's
Elias is
Elias?
14.
Okay,
Yeah, Elias
okay.
wins.
Okay.
Elias is the smartest person in the party.
Yeah, unless
Right.
Hegan, but
He's not only the most
Hegan's also
intelligent,
14.
he's also... Oh, wow. Yeah.
yeah. So Elias and Hegan.
All right,
Yeah.
I feel better now.
Our
Egan's
party
gonna
has
add
lots
another,
of dexterity and charisma and not
And
so much
wisdom.
smarts.
We have a good amount of wisdom.
A good amount
Yeah.
of wisdom.
Above average.
Which is funny considering, like, well, what happens is you've got people who are, you know, they have a lot of common sense, and then it's set by people who have no common sense. And so on average, you come about to be the middle.
half a common sense. Got it.
Like, Leah and Elias are there to offset Velas and Aiden.
Yeah.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this here. I said it on Discord. Velas wisdom. He just doesn't use it.
Yeah, it's mostly offsetting. Wiria and Aiden, I think, are probably the two lowest wisdom characters. Actually,
Hmm.
Wiria just has really good perception because she has expertise in it. Yeah,
Okay.
because I wanted her to have low insight, not great insight, but I wanted her to have good perception, so I gave her expertise.
Okay.
Anyway,
So whoever's either taking last watch or is beginning to wake up in the morning, there is a basically it's probably a pair of squirrels. Hegan reports that they are definitely squirrels.
Okay, good. Nobody's
but
mother got it.
They seem to have like
New squirrel
taken
booted.
express interest in this strange dome that's kind of in the in this
Like
small copse of
squirrels
trees
do.
next to the river, and they're just chittering a lot.
The
And
squirrel clicks.
yeah, squirrel clicks, and you can see every now and again like a little twig or like an acorn or something falls, plunks onto the dome, and then kind of like rolls off.
You pick it up.
But other than
Better
that,
fairies.
it seems to be otherwise unnoticed and unbothered when you all get up and get ready for the morning. Long rest, everyone's got your hit points and spells and abilities and all that
I don't
stuff.
think we
Yeah.
even lost
So
any.
curious.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me again what we are looking for exactly. We're currently looking for the place with the statues, right?
Yes.
yes, and we're looking
So-
for the valley and the
Yeah.
Whatever the riddle describes.
riddle.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's one
So-
is by the other.
And we're not sure exactly what it is.
Just because it's a oath spell thing, and I was thinking already. I was like, Leah probably is one of the first ones up, especially camping outdoors and things. So if Leah sees these squirrels, Leah's gonna cast Speak with Animals
Okay.
Hey.
and have a little, squeaker McSqueakin conversation,
Sure.
and just ask the squirrels if they know of a place where there are lots of people made of stone. If they've ever seen that.
So they don't
case it's
really
everywhere.
communicate so much with language per se.
I mean,
but
it's
they're yeah. I don't know. What? Speak with animals.
It's limited by their
Yeah,
intelligence,
it's not
but
the
at a
verbal
minimum,
creature; it's the
they
actual
can give
spell.
me information about nearby locations and monsters, including
Right.
whatever they can perceive. That's why I was like, people made of
Right.
stone, like big stone
Right.
people.
Big stone people.
If
They
they've seen that anywhere.
they are not familiar at all with big stone people or big stones.
Okay.
You're pretty big people.
Well, yeah.
But not too long ago, like there were a lot of big people, like bigger than tree people that came
Bigger
through.
than me, people.
Oh yeah, no, like they were like trees that walked, except they weren't trees. They were like you. Hairless and well, you're not hairless. You're kind of normal, but like
I'm peach fuzzy.
right. No, these were like, and like as everyone else starts emerging from the dome, they're like them, weird, but big, like them, but like trees. If
Were they? Where were they headed? Trying to remember like what Aiden had, because was it the giants that he was interested in where they came from, or the other things? I forget.
It was just it was a general curiosity.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Leah would ask, I guess, which direction the big
down the
tree-sized
river.
people went. So
It's the opposite direction we're on.
the same way or the other way that we're going?
You're going upriver. They went downriver.
Okay.
North.
So we are potentially headed towards where they originated from. Is that correct?
Seemingly.
Sounds like they got run out by the aberrations.
Yes. So what sort of aberration can cause giants to run?
Mind flayers.
Like after the conversation, how long does it last? Oh, 10 minutes. Nice.
10
so
minutes.
I could keep these squirrels here for a
I like
while.
the idea that we wake up and Leah is just squirrel chirping.
Covered in squirrels.
I'm picturing her just like, not even like sitting, but just like crouched down, like.
Oh, they're in the
like,
tree.
Oh, I thought they were on the floor.
No, they were
Well,
above.
then if they're on the tree,
Yeah.
she's probably standing and has like, if there's two squirrels, she's at this point probably got them both in her hands, and she's just
Right.
like
talking with them.
and they're like, and she's just like, this is normal.
If Velas wakes
It
up
is
to
normal.
that, he just looks over and goes, honestly, that tracks.
Well,
Well,
we
I
aren't
mean,
used to that from
that does track.
we aren't used to that from Phelis, are we not?
That is true.
I had to
No,
communicate with her
Phelis would
squirrel
have been
form at
covered
one
in
point.
them. I think she would have
Would've
found
been
more
one of
squirrels.
Yeah. Cortana had to talk to Phelis as a squirrel at one point.
And the one squirrel is like slightly bluish.
No, cat.
Had a squirrel in the
cat.
pocket. No,
Yeah,
she was a squirrel in the pocket when they went to talk to the Raven Queen people.
No, she was a chipmunk, actually.
Oh,
'cause that
chipmunk,
was
right.
Chipmunk
Sorry.
charades.
Close.
Right.
Chipmunk
that
noises.
was fun. That was probably the most entertaining, like, wild shape thing I've ever done.
Chipmunk charades. God.
But the general sense is that they were big and they were scary and everybody ran and hid when they came by. But they didn't stay. They just went by. That was probably the closest thing to big people since all of you.
All right. So
And your weird nest. Your weird nest.
It is a
What?
weird nest. It's true.
once the rest of the peoples are awake, Leah
Mhm.
will kind of communicate that and be like, at least the squirrels have never seen a place with stone people, so at the very least we still have a ways to go, but the giants were headed the other way, so headed away from here. Whenever the spell does run out or whatever, Leah will give them like acorns or whatever else she buries, something as
Right.
as a thank you.
Yeah, they're very grateful, and as you start like handing out food, a couple more squirrels start showing up.
It's like the pigeons in Venice. Oh no!
Oh no.
You feed one, they all come.
Descend.
Yeah. They give everyone else a pretty wide berth, but as is her wont, Leah has made friends with the local rodent population. All right.
Onwards.
For this day, I'm just gonna you're not really tracking anyone in particular, and you're kind of just following the river, and there isn't really much danger. So I'm just going to presume that you proficiently find the path, seeing as how that's what you're experienced with. But I'll have someone else roll a d10 as you continue to trek deeper into the mountain.
It's the pretty one.
Okay.
Oh no!
Hmm?
I regret.
What?
It's a 1.
All right.
We don't know what the
I mean, we
numbers
don't
mean.
Yeah, we don't know what they.
I know, but ones are never
Okay.
good.
It depends.
No, they're
Depends.
fine. It's totally fine.
I mean,
it's fine.
If it's
Everything's
a,
fine.
If it's a cleric divine intervention, one is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything's
exactly.
fine.
I'm like, maybe he's, rolling the number of monsters he's gonna throw at us. So in that case, we wonder one, right?
I mean, the 2 ended you talk to 2 squirrels, so,
One squirrel!
Wasn't it 2 squirrels and he rolled a 2? So
The number of
to make
squirrels
it
we find
something
each day.
The squirrel counter.
Oh man, if only we had woken up to 10 squirrels.
Squirrels. I mean, you eventually did get 10 squirrels. You just had to give them food.
That is true.
Okay.
Dear.
So, so for primeval awareness,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, are we using an alternate version of primeval awareness
Yes.
or the? Okay.
I will send it. It is the UA version.
Okay. Is it in your notes? We should probably put it in your notes.
It's in my. I have a document, but I will go ahead and add
Okay.
it to other.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. Because like I'm always like looking at it, because like wait, it's all different.
Okay, I put it in the other section of my notes on my character
cool.
sheet, and I'm also just gonna message it to you on Discord because I have it copied.
All right. Thank you.
Ignore the first half. I only use the second half.
Okay. Oh, they're communicating with beasts and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Favored enemies. That's the trick. Present within 5 miles.
Okay, I
General
thought it was
distance.
yeah.
Okay.
I just missed it.
Okay.
Close enough.
Yeah, because it's very different than the detect
Yeah.
a bunch of different things. Okay. All right. So once every hour, you're pinging, looking for that sensation. Midway through the morning, as you turn a bend in the river, kind of following along the banks, you smell before you can see. Just this sort of acrid stench of, it's just sort of like this it's faint, but as the wind sometimes picks up and kind of sends things downstream, you pick up at first very, very weak, but then stronger smell of sort of an acrid, kind of nostril burny, caustic scent of you're not sure what. But as you get closer and it gets stronger, you eventually turn, and in a bend in the landscape, you can see what look to be maybe the remnants of a number of creatures and a number of destroyed trees. And you can see it looks like everything had been like melted away, almost like slag. The creatures, the trees, not burned, but like
This looks
melted.
like what the black dragon was doing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like,
What we
and
saw.
you can see what look to be the remains of a number of aberrations. The reason you didn't pick up on them is because they are decidedly dead. But based on the smell, probably within the last day or two. You can see like most of the vegetation in the area is dead. The rocks and hillsides pockmarked. Looks like they took a couple of blasts from judging by the smell and the general meltiness of all of it, acid, possibly a black dragon. Or whatever metallic type of dragon spits acid. Although Hegan kind of denotes, like, based on the spread, most likely it was a chromatic black dragon.
Yeah, that...
The metallic dragon that does acid, I don't remember which one it is, but they do it in a line, and this is, like, widespread cone.
Great, just what we need. Dragon.
Honestly, I feel like we should have anticipated that.
I believeth we did, but we could only think so far ahead.
Do you think it's the same one, or just a bunch of black dragons living around here?
Could go a few ways, I suspect.
Yeah, we'll fill in Hegan because Hegan wasn't there for that. I don't believe.
Right. Yeah, Hegan's like, you did what?
I know.
But yeah, it's definitely at least at first glance, that's what you can see.
Maybe take it a little extra slow and quiet today, so we don't get on that bad side.
I believe we
Okay.
already are on its bad side, if it is the same one.
I mean, it's not dead because of us.
Yes, but
But-
it did say it would be our enemy the next time it saw us.
Yeah, no, I didn't think that gratitude would last very long.
It's a black dragon. What do you expect?
Well, we'll keep an
Alright.
eye out. Do what we can.
So so
Proper,
are you
thank
going
you.
to move? Are you going to actually move quietly and slowly for the next remainder of the day, or?
I think it's a good idea, just in case.
Okay. All right. So that will slow you a little bit. Now, of course, you don't necessarily know how far you're going. Other than just kind of continuing to follow the river.
So at least a couple days, she
mhm.
said, right? So.
Yeah, to get up to where the little
Statues, yeah.
statues. Yeah, there's basically it's like a shrine, old, like a number of statues, like old stone bridge, from something old, long before. But as you progress for the remainder of the day, moving a little bit more careful, a little bit more slowly, kind of keeping an eye out and an ear out for any potential, giant primeval flying predators. You don't encounter anything else, and so it's another quiet evening as you all set up, and we'll go ahead and take that break, because that sounds like a great
Break
plan.
time!
Food! I'll be back!
All right.
Okay. What do we... 10... I'm gonna assume like 10, 15 minutes, but Brendan already took out his headphones. So that's what I'm gonna assume.
I would guess
So, let's go for 22, 32. Like 10:35. I'm gonna guess, chat. That's gonna be my guesstimate. I'm gonna try to get close, and I'll put up the break time thing meanwhile. Thank you so much for joining us. We shall deal with this the way we deal with everything else.
Punch him in the asshole.
Yes, the prison pocket.
What is with you? Prison?
I'm gonna use that new spell that I got just to punch Nox. I think I'm gonna do it. If we're not doing it tonight, I think I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna wallop him right now.
I was trying to have a moment, but no.
It's Bureau's fault. Blame Bureau. He's the one who said it.
I said it once.
I know.
So
You shouldn't have said it to
Yeah, but when John hears it and he loves something, he's gonna run that joke into the fucking ground. That's what you don't understand.
He's gonna bury that thing 10 feet deep.
Here lies
10
prison
feet
pocket.
up the prison
Episode
pocket.
55 to 80.
Side behind you, those of you who are still in the four-way intersection.
Oh boy.
You watch as coming out of that weird green glowy liquid
Motherfucker.
is another one.
Fucking
I
hell.
knew I should have drank it. I knew I should have drank it. Would have been fine.
No.
I don't
Glad
think
you
you should have drank the
No.
snake liquid.
People have been telling me that for years. I've never taken their advice.
Oh my god.
Take inspiration.
What you gonna do?
Someone clip that, please. Tommy, clip that shit.
And I fist hard. And I fist strong.
All right, I'm down. Let's do this.
I'm not King Shimmer. Let's do this.
Excellent. Prepare your body. No. You should not eat dinner before this. Otherwise, you might puke it all over me, and that is just... Ugh. We are fisters here, men of culture.
Well, I had fun.
I don't know. It seems like a rather unsatisfying finish, don't you think?
I don't know.
Thou
I'm
have
pretty
heard such a
satisfied.
thing many times. He set himself up for that fucker.
Elias just falls out of his chair.
This one quickly reaches out to catch him.
This is at least worth. If something's going on in this city involving, I'd like to know about it.
Of course, I shall follow their lead. Yeah. But for now, I know thou wishest to have thy spell time.
Spell time?
She just like figure out. She doesn't really know.
That's a phrase.
She's like, that's.
Is that what they're calling it now?
He wants to go alone into the bedroom.
Modern play
Put out some incense. What do you think?
It's gonna take me like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'll just void that. I'll cast locate object on gold coins.
You get several thousand things on your locate object. Without too much trouble with that, you are able to find the horde of Zuthus, the corroded soul.
We found them. Yay.
Fike, I shall not say this very often, but get the hole ready.
Yeah, it's not gonna fit in the bag, brah. It's not fitting
You just
in
got
the bag.
experience points.
Yes!
Let's go. Let's go.
I hope you've got quite a few other a small army of capable fighters with you.
Smash cut to small army fighting people in the ring in that bar.
Ding, 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 ding.
Smash cut to Vanya and Orion fighting what looks to be about a dozen other dwarves in a caged ring.
Please tell me Vanya is wielding Orani like a club and is just and is swinging down, stopping right before that Orani punches. Hey, the punching club, my only weakness.
Just leave one leg open so I can kick him too.
Smash cut back to the office. Smash cut back to the office of Nostock.
You could say we have something along those lines.
Specifically, this one's called. That one's called. Fuck.
It's a weird name for an island. Fuck.
Fuck it! I said
really
it.
don't want to go there.
Now. It's Fuck Island.
It's either the best or the worst island in the archipelago.
So named.
It's definitely not a mediocre experience, though.
So named because everybody who goes there says, "Fuck, this is a terrible place."
That's actually their slogan. Fuck, this is a terrible place.
Yeah, it's what their tourism bureau tells people. Yeah. So as you're going by Fuck Island, you hear some crows saying, "Yeah, the people on Fuck Island are fighting each other again."
I don't suppose the crows recognize any cult symbols?
Nah, no cults there. Just 3 different groups of people with very strong ideas about what to do.
Just a bunch of fuckers, really.
Yeah, basically.
So these fuckers want to raise taxes.
Only some of the horrible things going on are cult things. The rest are just regular terrible people.
Just double checking.
That's fair.
Because I kind of want to know who our neighbors are, but that'll be on that goes on to the to-do list.
All right. Yeah. I will. Let me come up with some quick faction names for you while we're sailing.
The factions that we can get to fight each other harder.
Sure. They're already in a turf war. You can't start one amongst them.
Okay, so our goal is to stop the turf war. Got it.
We need to unite the fuckers against a common foe.
Common fuckery.
Friends, Romans, fuckers.
Under the banner of common fuckery.
Oh, I'm so glad we named it Fuck Island. Oh,
I thought I didn't have enough caffeine for this, but apparently I
do. I'm just gonna go ahead and start another Google Doc real quick for Fuck Island. 'Cause I think we're gonna see more of it in the future. Alrighty. So yeah, you pass by Fuck Island. The fuckers are fighting the fuckers are fighting the shitters again.
Fuck you all. I might be crying. I'm laughing so hard.
Oh, you're gonna have to give me a second. Okay.
Fucking same.
If we conquer it and then eventually trade it away in a business deal, we could give somebody a fuck. Or if we refuse to do it, we would not give a fuck.
Fuck you!
Look at all the I have to give. Yeah. Okay.
If the shitters are involved, I don't want to take any shit.
I think I'm just dead, guys. I'm sorry.
Their main factions are now canonically the fuckers, the shitters, and the dammers. The fuckers really want to fuck shit up. The shitters just the shitters are big on the idea of public infrastructure, specifically for sewage, and the dammers are really, really big on building dams for some reason.
They're a big fan of beavers.
Yeah, big fan of beavers. They're beaver people. Yes.
So it's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure planning.
It's ultimately a conflict about public infrastructure of two people who have very strong ideas on two groups of people who have very strong ideas about what the main form of public infrastructure should be and what their focus should be, versus one other group of people who just really, really want to fuck shit up.
I just thought like the fuckers were just like really into just making it a very island brothel.
Fuck.
This is starting to sound like a Dr. Seuss book.
Almost.
It's really all just really about the type of whorehouse they want.
We'll work on it. I'll write something for Fuck Island. Do not fear.
You're
the main
welcome.
takeaway for now: beaver people are now canon for ULA. They will all speak in Newfie accents. All of them. All right. So yeah, Fuck Island. That is now.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
And I'm gonna inflict wound.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna do inflict. Whoops. Come back.
Inflict whoops.
Whoops. Inflict whoops. As if I've made a terrible mistake.
Very educational.
Of course, it is my calling to aid those in the name of the Wild Mother. You are a follower, and from what I've seen, a good one. And it was my pleasure to assist you in such a daunting task.
Given all that, she said you would be most effective of a teacher. So, and she was not wrong.
Well, I have long caught the Wild Mother's eye in doing good works for her for many a year. And the fact that she would say something like that to you about me.
Just watching this being like both a bit like surprised and also like, oh shit, she called him a crotchety asshole. I'm not gonna don't think about it.
I did so enjoy slicing into his flesh that one time. I was a battle axe that time. It was pretty cool.
It just like does that. Oh, it's so fucking weird to hear you say pretty cool.
I'm picking up the nomenclature. Things have changed a bit, but I'm starting to pick up, the lingo.
Ren would appreciate him way more than Arani does.
Cool. I'm hip with it.
Tucka 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 tucka. I just realized he does kind of have a Dr. Evil's voice.
I'm hit with it. I get jiggy. I get down.
Let us return at a later time.
Very well. Did you wish to speak to anyone, Seo?
Who do I speak to?
Depending on your needs, the High Priest? Or whatever the equivalent is for temple.
Who's the High Priest?
I would suppose you would look for the... What is the correct term for this? Biggest badass in the yard? Is that what...
Oh, I see where this is going, so that means I gotta kick their ass. No?
I would not open with that, but the chances are there.
And coast another lightning beam across it. Fuck you, Ren. You terrible person. And it is barely standing.
Fucking
It is barely standing.
That's what I get for trying to face you.
Yeah, it's not the tracks didn't necessarily get smaller, Fike. They just changed shape and became bipedal instead of quadrupedal.
Fast it up. The bear's walking on 2 legs now.
No, it's definitely not bear tracks anymore. It's definitely
it's not bear.
No, they're
changing the shape of his foot.
They're definitely humanoid.
Father Fike was about to have a conniption with freaking Noxus. He's about to be like, "You fucking idiot! It's still a fucking bear."
That's how we couldn't find
It's a tricky bear. It found shoes. It put shoes on. This is where it sat and put on shoes. And the struggle with the laces.
This is what happened to the last traveler. It fell for a trap.
It wore its last traveler's skin.
Oh God!
I don't know how big that would be, but I assume it's.
And that was when God carried the bear.
Yeah.
God, for the love of Cord, stop.
Oh my God!
All right, we know that there are 1,000,001 bear puns out there. Let's try.
And I can, you know what, guys, I'm barely holding myself together right now.
Let's turn Persona 4 very quickly.
Oh, God. This is just unbearable.
Yeah, that pun was unbearable.
All right, everybody get them out of their system.
Commit this grisly murder.
All right. Anyway,
We're good. We're good.
All right, that's where we're gonna call it tonight.
What is this other book that you speak of? And she sort of closes the book in Dwarvish, and she kind of sits up a little bit and sits back, sort of in that centered watery area, and with a lot more dexterity than you would expect, actually slips the Dwarvish book into the bag of holding, and then flips open the butter churning milkmaid, flipping through it sort of page by page.
She was very accurate in how she described it.
She was. You're not wrong.
And you can see after a moment she just stops.
Bellis is doing his absolute best to keep a completely straight face.
Yep.
Maria is keeping a straight face.
Elisa's trying so hard not to laugh.
Bellis has high charisma. I think he's good, but it's
or not just not react.
Katana's just.
Right. There's nothing.
I'm just going.
She like. She turns like one page, and she's like reading through it. She kind of
good parts.
Well, she flipped through a bunch of it. She stops and she turns her head to sort of like regard you and look at you. And then she looks back to the book.
Oh, we just gave the dragon a bodice buster.
And she looks back to you. I have lived for almost 1,000 years. I have seen the ending of the world and the birth of a new one, and in all that time, I have never experienced
anything like this.
Something we don't have in common.
She sort of like leans down, looks at all of you, like a little bit closer, and like, do you little people create much of this?
Have you heard of the Great Word Archive of our own?
It is perhaps more common than it should be. But
Yep. Varying degrees of quality, but
as with all things.
It seemed like something that perhaps, as you said, you have not had the opportunity to experience.
She sort of nods her head and slides it into the bag holding with the other book.
And thus ends the saga of the Return of Fate. 30 fucking sessions.
Oh my god.
We gave it to a dragon.
Okay, this is probably the worst use of an insight check ever, but does she seem to like it?
Actually, yeah,
actually.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
I need to know this. I need to know.
Oh no, you guys.
Hey,
that's
I know, I'm like, I want to roll 2, but that's
14!
15!
20. 20.
20 for insight on the dragon liking the smut.
Okay. All right. Go into the Whispers channel because it's Whispers time.
D&D Beyond.
I thought very carefully, by the way, about how weary I should describe the smut.
Yeah.
She wanted to be 100% accurate, but also, you know, positive about this document.
No, the dragon's just putting in the name of like her high school's crush as opposed to the Lord in this book. The dragon creates the first fanfic.
I want you to bring me more.
Cortana's just starts writing fanfic.
Full on accidentally becomes a world-renowned smut writer.
Oh god, she finds it later in a different life, and like, what
there we go.
With that confirmation especially, she'll just look at Elias and say, I do believe Weir is correct. I believe that your goddess is protecting this graveyard.
That might explain why
she's doing a shit job of it, isn't she?
Spells got more powerful. I mean, hey, she just deals with aberrations are way.
Yeah. Yes,
that stuff, whatever that was, that is. We won't have to worry about undead
up,
here.
I
I have to
believe,
imagine.
is the term.
Yeah. Thank you, Cortana. Yeah.
She's learning.
Shit is.
I never used my sorcery point from when I smoked right before we went to go fight the Vecna cult. So I actually have one lengthened, or not that lengthened, twinned.
Extended spell?
Extended,
for
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Damn.
That's. Okay. I mean,
do heroin, get rewards, Bill.
Chad, don't. I don't endorse that.
Don't listen to him.
Don't do suit at home, kids.
No.
Oh, we have a
no, there's no kids on my channel, I would hope, but still.
I feel like
I say don't do drugs.
Even if you are thinking that, even if this is pieces of yourselves that you aren't keeping down, that is a part of you, and yes, it makes things difficult when it comes to the surface so quickly, and yes, it doth make it difficult to trust, but we aren't here for each other either way. Faults and all. You should not need us to hide such things from us. None of you should.
She's right. Shock makes people terrible. And I'll like gesture a shoulder at Fike as an example.
I'm still not convinced he's being abnormal.
He is.
Oh, absolutely he is. Trust me. Fike would have said, "Oh yes, please, Daddy."
That's true.
You know, did she tell you how, like, if you find this elf, how do you know it's the right one? There's a lot of dead sad elves in this wood. Like,
Go ahead and make a history check.
Cortalis cringes again.
Yeah.
Leah, history check for sad elf knowledge.
This be fun. This be fun.
See if you remember any stories.
We were carrying a sad elf at one point. It was a bag.
12.
12.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you're happy when you become a bag.
I kind of want Cortalis to say that, just because that's hilarious.
Although most likely it was probably multiple elves that went into the formation.
Yeah.
Did not want to think about that part.
Oh, that bag just keeps getting better.
You don't recall any specific.
Vito. Who's standing at who's sitting at the bar. He looks up as you all come in. Then his face lights up as Sophia comes in. Behind you guys. Sophia! He runs across the room and lifts her up in a big hug. Gods. Turns to the bunch of you. You found her. You found my daughter. It's been what, a couple fucking hours? Thank you. He comes to each of you and grabs both of your hands and each of your hands and shakes them very vigorously with his own. How much do I owe you for this? Perhaps I should ask this better. What can I give you in repayment?
Castana just points at Sophia suddenly.
Put her hand down. No.
But she wanted to.
No.
Castana looks confused.
Oh, thank you. Vito looks very confused by what the fuck why you're pointing at his daughter, but when Digroy immediately puts her hand back down and says no, he kind of just looks at your mushroom hat and figures you must be weird.
He's not wrong.
He kind of leans in and whispers to Sidok, "Is she from Straya? I hear they're weird in Straya."
She might very well be then.
Ah. I didn't think I'd ever meet somebody from the land down under. I know what I said.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Ah, fuck off, Flint. Zafar shouts from his pedestal at the far end. Get a move on! I'm getting bored up here.
Is he talking to us or the slugs?
You guys.
I mean, why isn't he shouting at the slugs then? They're not doing anything.
And they're the ones that really are moving kind of slow right now.
Finish him off already.
So that's a question. When you hit him with acid, does it have to be enough to actually do damage or just any kind of acid?
Are you just gonna like throw up on him? Stomach acid?
Actually, now that you see
Oh,
I wasn't
God.
thinking that, but yeah, that would work.
Is a ready supply of acid?
I will give you that does 1 acid damage if you throw up on the slug.
Well, unless anybody.
Then wait, let me get the flame blade ready. Flame blade on, motherfuckers.
Alright. You pop a flame blade in your hands. Bauer, how do you make yourself vomit on the slug?
Oh god.
On the list of things I never thought would happen in a D&D game, my players vomiting on an enemy to kill it. Roll to hit the slug with vomit.
All right. Well, we can be pretty sure that the cult is out there, but they're not using, at least not this town, and probably not any of the others. Then, which means they have a camp somewhere.
This is what we wish to speak to the animals about. Possibly the vultures or the foxes. Those who go out into the desert further.
We should definitely ask them, yes. Once we head out, which we probably want to do actually fairly soon, because twilight is the best time to travel in the desert.
Yay! Cupcakes and coffee or
I hate talking.
right? Look at that, we got everybody now for the most. Oh, except I need to.
Waiting on Kia, but she's
Yeah,
here.
but
just not
she's
she
here,
rolled
and which
20.
I said.
She's on Discord.
I just need to do this.
Yeah, she's just not in roll 20.
There we go.
Okay.
For now.
All right. So, Elias cast a spell, learned all about the sword and its history.
It's very fun. You should go watch the VOD later.
I mean, or just look in the Discord.
Well, yeah, there is all that too.
Y'all teleported to the mine.
We gave
spooked.
Aiden the dagger.
Yeah, he's got both
Okay.
pieces now, and he's
We met
been
some miners.
brooding over
We
them.
also met some miners who were not miners.
Right.
And one minor that is a minor.
Right. Although she actually isn't a minor.
No,
She's just
it's the
a
other way
minor.
around.
Looks like she might be a minor.
We just thought she
Um,
might have been a minor, but
Nas,
she's
thank
only a
you
minor.
so much for 2 months. How are you doing?
Okay.
Then
homonyms.
Yes. Trekked up the river a ways, following it deeper into the mountain, looking out for things that are spooky. Jessa did describe a
Lost your camera. That's it.
Okay, I'm like, I just saw like one by one everybody's cameras just disappear.
No.
I'm like, am I still on the internet?
Just refresh your cam.
Are we on the internet?
Yeah, we are on
we
the
on the
internet.
internet?
On the internet.
Yes. Yes, they were major minor minors. Yes. No, actually, but
Okay,
Yes,
so
but actually,
But actually, no.
But actually, no.
refreshing.
I don't go calling out any lurkers. I appreciate the lurkers. I don't want to. I don't
basically
want
we
to
decided that since the sword would only apparently make Aiden
Call him
reckless,
out.
he's already reckless, so he
I
can
want
have
them
it.
to do what they do.
That's why we didn't notice anything, because...
Also, it's a vestige.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah. Aiden's got a vestige.
Yeah, so if he ever puts it together, once he puts together whatever, it gets really, really cool, apparently.
Gets awakened.
Yeah. I mean, it is both literally, it is a vestige from the Age of Arcanum, and it is also a vestige of Divergence. Because it's just old.
Ah, gotcha.
But basically,
yes, go rest,
TLDR,
Nos. Thank you
it
so
makes
much
Aiden more
again.
reckless, so
Have
we
a great
figured,
night. I
what's the
appreciate
difference?
you so much.
that is not the only thing it does.
It doesn't make him more reckless. It just
That was the downside. That
it doesn't make him do anything.
It encourages his already bad habits.
Yeah.
It's an enabler.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's got an enabler that isn't Velis.
It is now Aiden can just say, the sword made me do
the
it.
enabler here. Let's just clear that up right now. If anyone in this party is an enabler, it is Aiden.
Yeah.
What?
And now he has a sword that he can blame it on. So. But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, let's see. You came across looks to be remnants of an old, potentially pre-calamity settlement, but it was really like you'd have to go, Dr. Alan Grant on it for a considerable amount of time. Well, who knows how much time it would have taken, but
yeah, I don't
you
think
opted
Pernell
to
would know immediately like any of that, like what was in this area at the time, but
right. You opted to go further, camping for the night. Leah talked to some squirrels.
Yep.
And they
Yeah, you woke up
corroborated
and Leah
just a
was talking to
story
squirrels.
that giants had passed by somewhat recently. The next day, you came across what looks to be the remains of less a battle and more just a massacre. It looks like a group of aberrations. Hard to really say, but judging based on how frequently and how many aberrant corpses you've encountered over the last few months, you're pretty sure it was aberrations, but they were all melted down to slag by very likely a black dragon's breath.
May or may not be the black dragon from before.
Seeing as how you met a black dragon in the swamp not too far away. I mean, basically, I mean, I'm not sure how wide her radius, but a couple 100 miles per dragon sounds about right. This would definitely be within that dragon's territory.
yeah. And so Kia Pernell told Hegan about that story and filled him in about Aiden doing the surgery on the black dragon.
Yeah.
I feel like Leah probably listened in on that, not fully understanding as much as Hegan, because I don't think Leah's ever encountered a dragon except for the green one. So.
Oh yeah.
But,
yeah, I told both of them.
I feel like hers is more just curiosity of like, what?
Right. So y'all decided to be a little bit more quiet, a little bit more careful, picking your route, just trying to avoid any and all whatever you could. Just moving more carefully and more slowly. So you didn't make as much progress, but you ended the day still progressing a fairly good distance. And at this point, you've probably covered, maybe a good about 2 days, about trekking up through there, 24 miles a day and a half is difficult terrain. 12 miles a day. You've probably gone about 16, 20 miles or so. Just for reference, that length of blue from where it says Dolithil Mine all the way down is easily like 100 miles. So it's
a lot.
And I would walk.
No.
Now you don't know
That's
exactly.
right in my con memories. Come on. That is a very
not
specific con memory.
It's not exact that description and approximation, but basically it's going to be you know, a number of days to a week of travel progressing up into the mountains looking for evidence of this you know, valley that sees no sun nor day. But you have it on good authority that if there's anything of that sort, it's likely along this major river. And considering that you've already encountered the remains of one settlement, and you've heard about some sort of old ancient shrine further along the river, that if there was some hidden monastery or complex or something where a bunch of people are holed up, all signs point to it being on the river once you make enough progress. The end of the second day, as you make your camp, you can hear some thunder rolling in the distance as it looks to be a storm rolling in over the evening. The stars are slowly blotted out by cloud cover, and you can hear the pitter-patter of rain on the dome as it gets a little wetter and a little colder over the course of the evening.
Pernell's on even more alert than normal with a storm and just kind of staring out.
Unless anyone wants to do anything, you'll all wake up. Well, there might be a random encounter in the middle of the night.
I mean, Keegan would probably go sleep outside the dome, to be honest.
Really? In the wet,
It's stormy.
cold
He
rain?
likes it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
It's like he is a lightning blue, like.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Respect.
Yeah.
That's got to be really wet and just unpleasant.
Kind of.
For us, at least.
Yeah. You know,
It's different
I
when you have scales.
I was gonna say, I'm thinking about it like, you know.
Yeah, he probably doesn't really get soggy the same way the rest of us do.
Yeah.
Everyone
doesn't.
is just talking about Egan from in the dome.
I don't think his scales really
He's
prune
still
a lot.
wearing, like, armor, and it's got padding and armor and things like that very well could get wet. And so if you wanted to, like, take off your armor and just kind of wear, like, a travel cloak that's probably got, you know, a little bit of coating against the rain.
Travel poncho.
Travel poncho.
Travel poncho. That'd be more sensible. I don't think he'd want to bog down his armor because that would be not so sensible.
Yeah. Okay.
Pushing around the next
Well,
day
don't
in
you
it.
like have some form of like natural armor even if you're not wearing armor? Do dragonborns?
I don't know if
I know
Yes.
lizard folk do.
Or, no, it's sorcerers.
Yeah, dragon sorcerers
Dragonborn
do.
sorcerers
Necrotic
do.
sorcerers do, but
That's weird that lizard folk get it, but dragonborn don't.
I mean, Dragonborn get other things instead.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like you have like scaly skin. Yeah.
It's like Higan can
More
spit
it's-
out lightning.
Yeah. It's more like a snake rather than a dragon
Yeah.
in terms of scales.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Or maybe, like, I mean, the difference between a snake and a dragon is rather extreme. So that's a big spectrum for a dragonborn to fit in. So, you know.
It's just somewhere in between.
It's like Mick Mandeli's average in the life is between snake and dragon.
Yeah.
Right. Suffice to say, dragonborn are less perturbed by rain than all of you other fleshy folk. But it would be wise to not let your armor get soaked.
Yeah, no.
At least not, you know, and if you didn't need to. That all being said, you wake up to a fine, overcast, I wouldn't say muggy because it's too cold for that, but it is gray. There are few shadows, as the sun rises into a overcast morning. It's not raining at the moment, but you can still see a lot of dark clouds overhead.
Brunel's going faster through her morning motions just to keep her fingers moving and her arms moving and keep up the heat.
So,
Just chilly enough.
Question: should I still have legend lore prepared, or we?
You have since rested like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, we have long since legend lord.
You could keep it prepared if you want to lore more legends.
Lore all the legends. Legend lore dump.
Suddenly our campaign becomes Legend Lore of Zelda.
How many legends can you lore?
I feel like there's like a woodchuck thing.
Yeah, how many
going on
legends
here.
can a legend lore if a legend could lore legends? What?
Legend lore?
Yeah, something
How
like
much
that.
legend lore
Thank
could
you.
Elias learn if Elias could learn legend lore?
Oh God.
Well, so far one.
Okay.
So far one.
Right.
Enough to make him a legend lord. And
Heard the cat. Oh
Nice.
no.
A lore legend?
Uh-oh. We have fallen into pun land.
We've gone
Yeah.
real loopy, guys.
Does that make us the League of Legend lore?
I was gonna say, can he join the league? The League of Legend
I'm
Lords.
done. Goodbye.
So
Now that we've driven away your entire audience off of
Sorry, chat.
I'm gonna have to give
Come for D&D, they stay for the puns.
yeah. Well, let's see.
Who started it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ludus
I
and
don't know.
Medic.
All right.
Welcome.
Then Bess gets inspiration.
Yeah.
I have no shame. I love puns.
Yay!
I grab art and bits and pieces and stuff from all over the place, and those title cards are mostly really just for the players because I don't think it ever shows up on stream. But I put a lot of thought.
Yeah, you're telling me
Each of
you
the
spent like
episode
an hour.
Sometimes, just thinking, noodling over different permutations of things.
Noodling over dad joke puns for us only.
Yeah.
The life of a DM.
Right. Although I think my favorite had to have been something like Night and Day or something like that.
Oh no, yeah.
I think that one
No,
was my
Night and
favorite.
Morning. That was it.
Night and
fuck
Morning.
you.
Yeah.
That hurt me.
Although I have to admit, Serious Business.
Choice.
That being said,
well then,
what would you like to do on this fine, gray, overcast, thunder rumbling, the rain slowly beginning to pick up, starting with a light sprinkle day?
Presumably pull hoods over our heads and continue slowly walking where we're going.
The gaudiest of white
It's
hoods.
not actually a hood, but
Let chaos reign. Are we all wearing hoodies?
mine's not actually hooded.
No.
literally
We
just my
are.
sweater.
No, not everyone.
Most of us.
I could grab one, but
I'm literally just wearing a sweater.
God damn it, Aaron.
Yeah.
I can get this.
Kira's just like magically making her thing that's not a hoodie.
There, now I have a hoodie.
Yay.
Now I just have
Not
this
wearing
hoodie.
my Jester hoodie, but
Nice, good hoodie. Good
Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, unless anyone else has planned, I assume that's what we're still doing. Is still walking.
Following the river.
I'm gonna wear
Follow the yellow brick
I'm
road.
gonna wear the furry cloak.
Follow the yellow brick road. There we go. All right. I need somebody to roll a d10 for me.
I'm not doing it.
I don't have a
I'll
white
do
one,
it.
though.
I would say I'll do it.
All right, Elias.
All right.
Choose
gotta go
your
find it.
fate.
Gotta find the D10 first. Where'd they go? That's a 10. 4.
Okay. All right.
Get
The
going.
storm clouds grow thicker and the rainstorm starts picking up into a
Damn it, Elias.
thunderstorm.
Thank you, Elias.
Lightning begins to strike with more frequency, with thunder following close behind.
If I was playing my monk, I'd be so excited right now.
I think Keegan's pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After a little while,
Yep.
Pernell just falls back into step by Elias, just walking through this and keeping an eye on the storm.
Okay. All right. Through this heavy rain, I would like everyone to make a Constitution check for me.
God damn it, Elias.
Check.
Oh my god!
It's a check.
That's the second nat 20 on this night tonight!
Check.
We're gonna roll the
Nat
19.
die, because the sparkly blue one.
Me.
23.
6. I'm not good on the checks. I'm great on saves. Not so much checks.
17.
So check is just adding the modifier.
Yeah.
Yep.
20 total.
Okay.
There's a
Kristen, your
natural
die
20
rolled well
for a
for me.
23 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Natural 20 for a 20 total.
Oh, so just adding. Okay, I did that. So mine
At
was a
least it's a
19.
20 and not like a 19.
A 19, yeah.
All right, so I think that may have only been Pernell then that got low. Yeah, so it's
I can't help with that, can I? Because I rolled so high and Elias is walking next to her.
Can't like lump some off on.
Yeah.
Here, take my constitution.
I'll just
Take my
constitution off on somebody.
All right.
That's a quote right there.
Yeah, what?
Here, Pernell, take my constitution. I haven't.
So apparently Pernell, you must not have noticed it up until now. But there's got to be like just some crack or a cut or a hole or something in your boots, and sloshing with wet feet in this hard rain as you're like climbing up difficult terrain, just kind of being drenched. Just something about the circumstances sort of wears on you to the tune of a point of exhaustion.
Here we go again.
Just can't escape the
Can't
exhaustion.
escape it.
Just can't escape it.
Nope. I mean, have you ever spent an entire day trekking through the mountains? It's kind of tiring.
Yeah. I mean, we went to like that mine before, that cave out in the mountains once. We also were trekking through a thunderstorm once.
It is exhausting, and it is tiring, and it is wet, and it's miserable. Okay. This particular day, it seems most everything is hunkering down to weather this storm as it passes through, but it doesn't really seem to show any sign of stopping. As the lightning and thunder continue most of the day until eventually abating for a bit of a reprieve in the afternoon. You probably stop and make for a morning midday meal or something just to take a bit of a rest. It's drying off as much as you can.
Try to cleansing
before
stone that away.
continuing on. Yeah, it works for that. If it works for now, but just the water just kind of begins to seep back in, and you just got that like soft, squishy sensation of like the slurp, 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 slurp every step you take. It's miserable. But late into the evening, as it's beginning to go from a dim, gloomy gray to a dimmer, gloomier gray, as seemingly the sun is beginning to set on the other side of the mountains, and it's getting to be very, very dark very, very quickly. Worya, because she's just so dang perceptive. It's Elias is a super high natural.
No, both Elias and Maria have
yeah.
identical passive perception.
Okay.
Yeah.
You notice before anyone else a slight tremor underfoot. Almost imperceptible.
Ground is moving a bit.
Yeah.
It was like a brief disturbance, and then it stopped.
look like
Moving
you're
like
looking out from like a rock slide or something like.
or
I'm
like
gonna use
something
a
large
Depth
is walking.
Explorer real quick.
Okay.
Oh, that's
What's Deft Explorer do?
that gives me the temporary HP,
Oh.
and I rolled a 2.
Okay. All right.
You know what? I'm gonna re-roll it because I have 2 uses a day. Okay, that's better.
Okay.
No, it was just moving a little.
Like an earthquake?
Did it feel like something moving under the ground, or like?
Yeah. Like, did it
something
feel like did it feel like natural earth movement, or did it feel like there's something there?
You're not entirely sure. It was like a brief shudder, but it wasn't like a rolling earthquake. Like less of a massive seismic event, and more like a smaller scale, but still tangible reverberation of some sort.
I feel like just Leah being Leah. Like when they say that unless everybody is just continuing to move, I feel like her inclination would be to stop and like put a hand to the ground to see if she can
feel it.
Like, because I don't like through her wood boots and all that jazz. I'm like, yeah, or I guess she has elven boots now, but like, I feel like she would want to stick a hand to the ground to see if she can feel it, to see if it just feels like something burrowing. Because I feel like she knows animals enough that maybe she at least thinks that maybe she could tell.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Okay.
Was that wisdom nature? Yeah, wisdom nature, I think.
No, it's intelligence.
Intelligence
But she
nature
is-
check.
Yeah, her intelligence sucks, but she's proficient in nature, so
Can I-
like
Mhm.
it makes it okay. Oh, that is
Was I-
not a good roll.
I was gonna say, can I guidance
Sure.
on that?
I
Since
was
we
gonna
know
say, I heard
about
you
this?
say something. What does guidance do?
It's a
D4.
D4. Yeah, you get a D4.
It makes it a little better, maybe. It's a real happy roll, though. Okay, so that's now 11. I rolled a 3, but I also rolled a 3 on the D4, so
Mhm.
so 11.
You're not quite sure.
Yeah.
Did it feel like to you two, did it feel, just thinking about besides the dragon, like maybe something landing?
Oh, why do you have to say
Yeah.
that?
Did it
Should
feel
I
like
say
something
nothing?
large landing?
Would
don't
we
know.
not see or
it was
feel more than a
brief
simple tremor?
and-
Yeah.
It's more of a just keep an eye and
yeah.
I guess a foot. I don't really know if it's the ground.
Proceed with caution.
I'm gonna, for the hell of it, primeval awareness to make sure it's not something moving underneath that I could ping.
How long does that take to take effect?
A minute.
Okay. All right. So you're pausing and you're concentrating.
I mean, we can walk if we want to walk. I don't have to stop, but
Okay.
it's if we want to.
All right. So you all continue walking a little bit. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to say that because of Wuria's and Elias's near preternaturally high senses, and your ability to have detected small tremors, notifying everyone else, then you probably all notice a second wave. A little bit stronger than the first. Kind of like they said, it's not like an earthquake. And Leah, now that you're feeling it,
Yeah.
it does feel like it might be something underground.
So then Leah would chime up and say, "That feels like something burrowing."
Good. I love burrowing.
Take out her blades and
in case it can feel us walking.
Like those worms in the cave the one time?
Yeah. I mean, worst case, we hold still for a minute and it tries to eat us anyway, but, worth a try.
Cross that bridge when we come to it.
Waria's gonna hop up on Phyla because
Oh yeah,
cheater.
Waria is
flying horse.
Cheater.
Waria hops up on Phyla. Does Phyla fly?
Or
is she staying on the ground?
She'd probably hover. She's not gonna go up high.
Okay.
But just sort of like, okay, if we're stopping and not moving, we'll just take an additional set of 6 feet off the ground.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, considering where you did that, might bring out the wings and just up a bit.
I'm gonna draw the sword.
Okay.
And have the dagger in the other hand.
Ooh.
Oh, dual wield!
Roof. Okay.
Pride!
Very cool. All right. So I thought I had this file, but I didn't have this file. So give me a second to get this file prepped. I appreciate
Thought I
your
had the
patience.
file, didn't have the file.
Right.
Now I have to make a file.
Details. Okay. All right. So.
I mean, I'm trying to see if I want to get anything ready.
Yeah, I was like, would Leah ready anything? And I'm like, her glaive. But that's already out because I feel like she also just uses it as like a walking stick when they're walking because it's a glaive. Where are you going to put it? So I was like, she's already basically as ready as she will be.
Okay. So.
Right,
I believe I've moved everybody here. That should be everybody's most current version of their token. You might need to reset your hit points or anything like that. But just for sake of argument, there isn't exactly like a super easy to see road running along this river. This is just my river map that I happen to have. So as you all are sort of tightening your grips on your weapons, the sound of the rain pinging down against the metal of your weapons and your armor, you feel another shudder underneath the ground, as you can see bursting up out of the river itself. Is and you can see bits of earth and dirt and muck and lots of water, of course, splashing. At first glance, this appears to be like an abnormally large bulette.
Oh.
What?
But
a bulette.
Abnormally large bulette.
I have no idea what that is.
It's
Leah would likely be familiar with these creatures.
Leah,
hey,
Leah knows what this is.
Cortana's
Think
tamed
of
one of
them-
these once in another campaign. It was so great.
Think of them like land sharks.
Good.
Candygram. They just come up.
That can like leap great distances.
That's
Thanks,
terrifying.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Except this one is larger than normal.
It's an
And it seems to be like this strange amalgamation of like 2 or 3 of them kind of all smashed together.
Bulette King! It's a Bulette King!
Isn't it? This is the thing.
Bulette King. Like a
yeah.
rat king.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the
it's
thing.
like a rat king, but it's
You can see it's got like it's got like a large maw, but there's like another smaller one inside of it. And you can see it's got the requisite unfortunate number of legs.
Thanks, I hate it.
I was just gonna say out loud, it's worse than I was imagining somehow, without any context.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, apparently I don't have a bulette in my.
Oh,
I don't like that.
Poor Spot.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Click and drag. It'll take a second, I think, to populate.
just for Maggie and Kia, I did a primeval awareness in the mine and pinged something that was a mashed together of stuff underground.
Different sensation.
A
Different
bullet
sensation.
NATO.
Oh yeah.
A bullet NATO.
Oh no. Huh?
A bullet NATO.
Bullet NATO.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's
Oh, that's big. I don't. You can go back
Oh,
now.
hello.
Don't like
Yeah.
that.
You can go back.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and you can see it's got like an
I
extra
want a
set of
refund.
it's got an extra set of eyes.
Oh.
Kind of like larger and more and almost like distended and bulbous, kind of in addition to its like regular eyes that are like constantly just spinning around and kind of looking about. But as it bursts out of the water, it's also like now sailing towards the group. So I need you to get into your rough marching order if you can,
Leah's towards the
and then
middle.
roll initiative.
I
Okay.
know that much because that's.
Yeah, we should probably not be in the river. We should probably like be over here.
How did my token just rotate?
I know it's by.
That was weird. I
Probably
watched
grabbed the wrong
that.
part of it. If you grab that little part sticking out, you can rotate.
Okay, there we go. I was.
It's over by Elias, but starting to fly.
Yeah.
Oh, hey!
I thought okay. I guess I have to give you all turns individually. All right.
All right.
Hey.
I don't know where exactly I am because were we in a line or were we in a clump? That's I guess.
You were likely probably at most traveling two abreast is most likely the
water here.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
water.
Yeah, we're not in the water though. We're
right.
Well, were we headed like going from point A to point B this way?
You were walking from left to right.
Okay, yeah. That's why I was just like, why does it look like we're like walking in the water?
yeah. I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
That's just where all the tokens were when I pulled the
Yeah, I don't
map
know.
across.
Because I'm like, Leo would be in the middle, so I'm gonna I guess for there because it's middle-ish.
I guess I'll move in
Yeah.
there.
It's by Elias, so
Yeah.
just keeping an eye on the river.
Okay. All right. So everyone should have turns. So everyone should be able to put in your
Oh shit! I forgot to roll.
Right.
Right, I
Should
didn't
probably do
roll.
that.
initiative. Yes.
Oh, my cat's eye loves me tonight.
Oh, all right.
Wait.
So Christy,
Initiative
your
is
die
an
rolled
ability
well
check,
for your
isn't it?
first turn, and then it just rolled a second 3 in a row.
Motherfucker.
So my
Oh.
initiative
It
is
is an
3.
ability check.
I rolled 2 nat 20s on this tonight, and now an 18. So
Hey.
my cat's eye likes me.
I feel like
chipped,
anytime
though.
I roll well on a die, it's like every time I use it, it rolls terribly. Like my dice are always
You
like,
use all
I'll
of
give
it.
you 1.
Fuck
and
you,
then it
exhaustion.
stops.
It's got a chip on one end though, and I think it's probably from when I was keeping it in my regular dice bag.
Oh yeah.
Very
Yeah,
sad.
that'll happen.
There's a chip in that and in the D8, and no, these were expensive. They're so
Yeah,
pretty.
gemstone dice are easy to chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my sandstone ones came in it's literally like a blank pill container. So I keep these in this, and then the only
Mine
other
actually
gemstone one
came
I
in
have
one
is
like that, but I just
that-
keep them in the wormwood from Jerusha.
Well, yeah, same deal. I don't have a box like that.
But it's just they're
yeah.
not separated in there though. But it's
Yeah,
padded.
but it's padded. I
Okay.
was like, this is
Yeah.
padded, yeah.
We've
And then
got
the one you gave me,
everyone
I
in
keep in the little
order.
bag, in my big bag. So yeah, I have a metal one floating around with all my plastic ones though.
So, it sails through the air. It is probably now normally these creatures tend to run large, but you can see this one is has strange and unusual proportions, and its body is distended in all kinds of horrible ways. Likely by the influence of strange extraplanar aberrant magic for some reason.
I wonder.
Shocking.
Yes, but basically it just kind of leaps through the air and then lands on all of you, and I need you to make
Oh shit!
your choice, either a strength or a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Well, that's easy.
Given
That's
that
nice.
Wiria and Phyla are out of that, do I need to make
All
that?
of us?
No,
17.
just everyone
Strength or
but.
dexterity?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You guys are in my aura, so you get plus
I'm gonna
4.
indomitable.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
So
Because I rolled a
21.
nat
Fucking hell.
1.
Okay.
Oh!
Wait, hold
So
on. There's a lot of people.
that's,
So
that's
roll what you
15.
have and let me go down the line. Otherwise, just a
Okay.
bunch of shouted numbers is going to be
Yeah,
too
sorry.
overwhelming
Yeah.
for me. No, it's fine. Okay. Velis, you got something. You dodge out of the way. Leah.
15.
Okay. It bears you down to the ground.
Great.
You are knocked prone. And you also take a total of 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
Down.
As it basically bears you down into the ground under its weight. But you can also feel it's all of these plates on its underside all have sort of strange very, very sharp, spiky bits. And so you also take 18 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
Oh!
Fuck.
What was the first one? Bludgeoning? Slashing?
Yeah, 18
bludgeoning,
bludgeoning, 18 slashing.
18, and then 18 slashing. Aiden.
16.
Okay. Same to you. You're prone. Elias.
17.
All right, you managed to get out of the way.
Yeah.
You're not knocked prone, and you only take a total of, instead of 18 and 18, you take 9 and 9. Actually, Velis as well.
Oh, gosh.
Okay.
But you get pushed out of the way. Hegan.
I rolled a 15, so.
Okay, you get squished and cut. And Pernell.
Same.
All right. So basically lands on top of you and then just starts thrashing. Those of you who it landed on top of, begin your turn prone underneath the creature.
Great.
Okay, Velis.
Ideal.
All right. So
Bad Cuddlecon. Bad
Starting with you.
Cuddlecon.
is it considered that it's taken a turn since it did this, or just that's how combat started?
That's
I would assume that's a turn.
that would have been its turn, yes.
Okay.
It initiated it.
Yeah.
Basically what it means though is that none of you aren't. You all get to act this first turn.
Well, I ask because I get advantage if it hasn't taken a turn yet, and my initiative is higher, so I don't know if that's
Gotcha.
a thing.
You're not going to get advantage against it.
Okay.
You're not catching it unawares or surprised or
it's
off
not
its.
for surprise. It's specifically if I take
If
a
you
turn
go before, it does.
Yeah,
but
in
it
initiative.
The implication of that
It acted in
is-
this combat already.
Yeah,
It's not a surprise
Right.
round on us, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
It's a weird assassin
up on the ground,
specific
surprise,
assassinate
motherfucker.
feature.
Generally, the idea is if you can get the drop on something, you get advantage and all that other extra stuff. You definitely didn't get the drop on this
Yeah,
creature.
no, it's not for surprise. It's
Yeah.
if it's surprised, it's a critical hit. But if it just hasn't taken a turn, it's advantage. So it's taken a turn, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
It was just that was going to determine if I Zephyr Strike. So Zephyr Strike is up, and I'm gonna stab him.
Okay.
That's is this an aberration?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
This
that's
is an
with
aberration.
Kraken's Bite is dirty 20.
To hit? Yeah, that's enough. Judging by the fact that this looks like multiple creatures mashed together in one, and it's got eyeballs in weird places. And if you had concentrated for another, 54 seconds.
I was honestly expecting you to wait the full duration and then, right as soon as Velis is like, "Hey guys, there's something right below."
That would have been so much more cool. I should have done
I
that.
was literally waiting for you to tell Velis as it's by the way.
6 damage rolls. Hold on. Yeah, so 30, though I realized it would have technically been an 18 to hit. Does that still hit?
18 would not hit it, no.
Okay, so that one does not hit. And I'll just save those rolls for if the next hit. Hits.
Sure, that'll save time. Hegan.
I'm not done.
Oh.
Because I get an extra
'Cause I
attack
ain't
on
done
my
with
first
you.
turn
Ah.
because of
Yes.
Gloomstalker. So that is going to be 23 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, so 30 damage plus a d8 is 33.
Excellent. Yeah, it landed on top of everyone, and as you deftly roll out of the way, you spin around, burying your blade deep in a soft spot in between its armor, and you can see, instead of like the normal like deep crimson red blood that a regular beastie would have, it's this strange like translucent slime that kind of oozes out that has traces of like purple veiny stuff in it. It's pretty nasty.
And I'm going to back up to there.
Okay. And you do that. And since you cast Zephyr Strike, there's no thingy. Okay. All right, Hegan.
So would you say we're currently pinned or just prone?
Just prone. You're not pinned.
Okay. Well.
You can take your movement to. Let's see.
I keep spinning it.
To stand.
Okay. Well, you basically what you would have to do is you'd have to like you can't stand up because it's current like you'd have to like crawl away and spend like half of your movement getting out from underneath it and then half of your movement standing.
Gotcha.
Because you're like smack dab in the middle of it.
So we're under it. We're just not pinned under it.
Right, but you can't stand because this thing is like
Yeah, no.
a
I
good
get that.
1,000 plus
It's fine, yeah.
pounds.
Well,
We can move underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah.
to be honest, his first reaction would be to bite it. So.
Okay. You can stand there and you can just bite into it. If you want.
Bite it and that
It's not
bit.
going to do much, but that would be his first.
You don't want that
instinct would be
blood
to
in your
bite
mouth,
it.
though. You don't want that blood in your mouth.
His first instinct would be to bite it.
Yeah.
Okay. Make an attack
power
roll.
move. I'm into it.
Hegan being a power top.
22.
Holding a
That'll
power
hit.
bottom.
Definitely not.
That is a very different definition of power bottom.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, that was a 22.
Anyway.
That will definitely hit.
Cool. It does 7 damage. Just 7 damage.
All right. 7
I
points
can
of
tell
damage.
we've had a couple of weeks off, guys.
And then he's just gonna try to take a swing at it with the glaive when he realizes that was a stupid idea.
You're not currently in a position to swing a polearm.
Can he stab him?
unfortunately. With
The pointy part of the glaive.
I mean,
You know what?
I think I feel like the
if you crawled out from underneath it and stood up, you could definitely swing your like 7-foot long polearm. But currently, you're under a creature that is over 12 feet, like wide, and a good 12 feet tall. It's very squarish.
Question.
Question.
Regarding extra attacks, would the breath weapon apply for an extra attack?
That would probably depend on the exact wording of a breath weapon. If it says you can take an action to do X, then it won't work because extra attack only works if you take the attack action. So what does your breath weapon say?
It does say action, so no.
Okay. So you have to choose to do that. Yeah, so you chose to do an attack action, which means you can use all of your cool
He's gonna
'cause you're a
bite it
fighter,
again.
attack.
He's gonna bite it again.
I mean, you can get out from under it and then swing at it, but you can also just angrily bite it some more.
True. No, he'd probably just bite it again, to be honest.
Okay.
I love this so much.
Hey, that was even better.
Vegan.
I mean, I rolled a 19 and it's plus 11, so I think we're pretty good there. So it's
A
another
30 will
7.
hit.
He's just
So
chewing on
Leah,
it.
you might need to use your lay on hands for whatever disease that he gets from getting that blood in his mouth.
Yes.
I can cure disease and neutralize poison, so if it's either of those, I get it.
Where ya?
So, being right close to this thing, Waria is going to cast Misty Step to go slightly. Whoops, I am touching the map and not the token. Slightly back and up. So she's mostly trying to go up, but getting a little further away. And then.
Okay. That's
Then
easily done.
I think she is going to. You know what? There's only one of these things, but she is going to cast Bane on it because it probably doesn't have great charisma.
It's a very charismatic possess.
So I'm gonna roll an 18 charisma save.
Well, that was a 16 on the die. But I'm going to go ahead and subtract its -4. So that'd be a big old 12.
All right. Well, it has to roll a minus
tried.
4 on any attack rolls or
I
saving
don't think
throws.
I have any charisma saves.
All right.
I think I do either.
I was like, she was like, this thing is not good at charisma. It is not charismatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the exception of perhaps the Delkir themselves, very few aberrations are charismatic.
That is her turn.
At least that you've encountered so far.
So she'd also, after Misty stepping away, she'd also fly up a little bit as well.
Okay.
But
Sure.
So she's a little, not going super, super high, but out of it,
Mhm.
out of what seems to be its range, basically.
Okay.
Is her goal.
No nom noms.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay. Aiden.
Yeah, not happy. I'm gonna get this thing off me. I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
cast a staggering smite and then just jab upward into it.
Okay. You're gonna have a disadvantage on that attack roll as you are currently underneath it and prone. But you could also just move and stand up with little difficulty. But if you're going to do that while you're prone and it's thrashing over you, you'll have disadvantage on your attack roll. Okay.
You're just like, get him!
I appreciate the commitment to fuckery tonight.
Yeah, we're
Thank
very
you
much
all.
committed to fuckery tonight.
That's great.
Yeah, that's a 24 as the lower.
Yes.
You'll definitely hit with your staggering smite.
And I'm going to also Eldritch Smite on top of that.
Yes!
Because I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blade.
So you're gonna roll
Fuck
lots of
this
damage.
aberration
Yeah, so I'm
in
going to
particular.
roll lots of damage.
And send it
Okay.
flying onto its back this time.
And it also has to make a wisdom save.
Flashbacks to this week's critical role.
I'm behind.
I
Yeah, I'm
need
so
to catch
behind.
up. I'm so
All I'll
close.
say is-
I am like a
Yeah.
year, 2 years behind. I am still
No,
in the
I was just saying
pre-COVID days.
There
What's
was a
your
crit
DC?
on a level
20.
6 inflict wounds.
Oh,
I did see that on Twitter.
good.
It was nasty.
I think that's the first time Jester's done that much damage.
Yeah.
That's
think
gonna
that's
be
First time
not
anyone's
enough.
done that much
So
damage.
it's been staggered.
I need
Okay.
to catch up. I'm
Let
so
me get
close.
my
I'm on
It was
episode
gross.
rest of my
69.
dice here. So
Nice.
at
Oh,
the very
God.
least,
Nice.
Nice.
it takes 6 slashing, 5 necrotic, 15 psychic,
So
Yeah.
many types.
and then for my Eldritch, how many dice do I roll on this?
That's up to you to
68.
keep track of.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
Need one more D8. Where is it? Whatever.
ASMR.
10, 16, 20. Okay. So another 20 force damage, and if it's huge or smaller, it's not prone.
It is huge.
Woo!
And
Okay,
also
so
because it, yeah,
you stab up, thrusting at it with your blade, and just putting all of your will and a significant amount of your eldritch strength into it, and the force of it sort of like blows it up off of everybody for a moment before it like collapses back down on top and just like plop down.
And it has disadvantage on attacks, ability checks, and can't take reactions until the next turn.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna roll out from under it.
Okay. All right. Purnell.
Might see, can she take that moment when he knocks it back up to prone to roll out from under? Because she's also got the wings behind her that makes it a little bit difficult to roll too much. So she's gonna try to get out from under that.
You can there's no penalty to get out. You just take
Okay.
half your movement to stand up, plus, you basically only have like an extra, I think that's 0.5 feet of movement, unless you have something that can boost your movement past 30. I think if you use, do you have
The
to use
wings of
an
flying?
action for your wings?
Well, she had
So-
them on because she was kind of like hovering at the time when this started. She was about
She'd
to.
already
Oh, she
released
was?
Yeah.
Hold
Oh,
them in, yeah.
okay, then they're already active. In
Yeah.
which case, you've got a movement speed higher than 30. So you've
Yep.
basically got what's your 60 feet of movement?
60, yeah.
Okay, so you've got another 30 that you can make.
Okay. So
Having
yeah. Shake off that and kind of just jump
No,
up
30,
and basically hover
20
over
feet.
this thing's head and start slamming down into it.
It is prone, so you have advantage
Yep.
on your attack rolls.
Okay. And just be like, he can get out from under there. And
It's prone.
Stop
Oh, look,
eating
it's
it.
like it's eating Leah.
Higgin, that is disgusting.
Drop it.
So,
Bad dog. Bad
I'm just gonna
dog.
go natural 19 on the first one.
I'm just picturing Keegan like, ha ha.
A lot.
Oh, sorry.
Nat 20 on the third one.
Yeah.
And 12 plus 20.
So it's going to have extra disadvantage on its attacks.
Extra.
I don't know. You can cast spells because you're not enraged. So do you want to cast a spell?
That's a question. I guess, yeah, because that would be the light blade. So, yeah, she can, well, I mean, she can fairy fire it for when it gets back up.
Okay.
The
That's
last
a something
one
saving throw.
is...
That doesn't matter. It failed.
Woo! Finally get to use that.
So it is baned. It is prone. It is fairy fired.
It's having a bad day.
Yeah.
It's regretting its life.
And
Yeah, I was gonna say,
It's regretting it.
24
It's
hits,
life
right?
choices.
So last
Oh,
one
yeah.
still hits. Okay.
If a bullet could regret its life choices.
Yeah, right?
Pretty sure I made it regret it.
That depends. Which part were you biting?
We did say he was
You want to roll for that?
15 slashing and 6 radiant on the first one.
Okay.
14 slashing and 10 radiant on the second one. The crit is 18 slashing and 16 radiant on the second one, on the crit, and then Black Blade is just another
Okay. So
16
before you,
or 15 slashing. Sorry.
so hold that last one.
Yep.
Because with that last strike, as you're slicing down into it, it's sort of like writhing and it's strangely, it's not making any kind of bestial noises, other than the sounds of it moving around. It's actually very, very like eerily silent. But as you keep striking at it, you can see like it's convulsing, and like the flesh on it is like tearing and parting and like pulling apart. And as you keep hitting those strikes, you can see it actually does sort of start slowly peeling apart.
Leah is still under this thing. What is
Oh, no.
happening?
So is he.
I don't
And-
like it. Keegan made that
Oh,
choice.
no.
Whoa! Yeah, it exactly like Aiden predicted.
Oh no.
It's oh
split.
no! The nesting doll.
I don't like
And you can
it.
see like all of those extra limbs sort of like kind of shift, and you can hear the snapping of bone and flesh as it all kind of shifts again.
That is just not fair.
Kind of breaks and shifts into like a slightly smaller version, just with a little bit closer to the correct number of limbs.
You're not
Although
underneath
instead
it
of
anymore,
having
Moira.
two bulbous
Am I
eyes,
not under it now?
it's just got like this one large one kind of like in the center of its forehead that's like looking around constantly. Yeah, and they're
So
still
which one has the
completely
status
silent.
effects?
Yeah, are they
Well,
both
I would
fairy
say that
fires?
since the fairy fire was an area of effect, I'll give it to both. Since it was more of an AOE, like with that strike, because you were just doing so much. You guys did like 135 points of damage in less than a single turn. It was
I used
ridiculous.
2 smites on it in one
Yep.
hit.
Yeah.
And
okay?
prone,
And I
motherfucker.
rolled
Teamwork makes
low.
the dream work.
So these two creatures are hit by the fairy fire as it goes off. However, the Bane, since that creature is dead, there's no creature left to be baned. But I would still consider these things probably to be prone and staggered and whatnot, because that's, I don't know, it's tricky. But it's their turn.
Would I still have gotten the last attack on that one?
The
if it
last
died in
attack
the...
on whichever one, on
Yeah,
whichever
so-
one was closest. So how
yeah,
much
this
was
one.
that?
15, just slashing.
15 slashing. All right.
Again, he can get out.
So it basically like peels out and like pulls apart, and it there's only a minimal amount of gore that kind of like falls away from that on top of you, Hegan. Luckily. But they kind of stand up, and they go to attack. It's actually going to leap up at you per now, since you struck it.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. That's going to be a double check the stats of the monster. Okay. 19 to hit.
Yep, just hits.
Okay. All right. So it leaps up.
Did you have +1 to your AC when you're close to me?
Okay,
How
so that
close?
still just hits.
Are you 20 feet up?
I'm about as
that's true. Yeah, it's a
above
10
this
foot
thing
arc.
to strike it.
So if you're more than 10 feet up.
How tall was the thing when I was slamming down?
It was like 15 feet up. It was 15 feet tall.
Okay, so yeah, she was.
Well, because if Leah's tall, I've never really thought about
Yeah.
how it goes.
Either way, the
But
+1 would still hit. I have 18.
Okay. Yeah, it got a 19.
Then yeah. Okay.
All right.
I wasn't sure what your
Yeah,
normal
sorry.
AC was, so.
Okay.
That's okay.
So it has now got you in its bite, and it basically doesn't let you go as it comes crashing down to the ground, and you take 30 points of piercing damage.
Oh, I don't like
Is that
this
with
thing.
disadvantage?
Oh wait.
Why disadvantage again?
Okay.
I staggered it.
At least that's what you had in your mind as it comes like sailing towards you. But you dance out of the way, and it lands harmlessly.
Thank you.
On the other side.
That's mostly why I did that, because these things hit hard.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, do I get an attack on it as it goes leaves my reach?
Let's see.
Because it is marked by me.
Yeah, technically, sure. And then the other one goes to bite back at
Natural 20.
Oh,
Fuck you. Yeah, advantage.
all right. I was gonna say it bites back at Hegan, but even though Hegan is prone, it. I don't think it's gonna hit, but I don't know what Hegan's AC is. Actually, I can look at what Hegan's AC is. Yeah, calculate your damage. Ooh,
20
18.
radiant damage.
Okay.
13 slashing.
Okay. Okay. And then Hegan's gonna take some damage when you're back. Okay. So since you're prone on the ground, it went to bite you because you're an easier target since it had disadvantage. it gets an 18. So unless you have some other bonus to your armor class that isn't in D&D Beyond, I think it gets you.
Nope.
Leozora?
Leah's on the ground next to Hegan, so
Yeah,
Hegan's
being
definitely
right
in her
next
aura.
to Leah.
Then
that
it
gives him a
just
plus
barely
one.
misses you, and you do not take
Oh,
30
God.
points of piercing damage.
Thank you, Raven Queen.
Here's a question: how would
Leah.
hold the line work with that?
Your turn.
It's not my turn. It's Elias's. For some reason, I'm in.
Oh yeah,
Elias has
yeah.
a 9 and Leah has a 3.
Yeah, I was like
Elias.
waiting for that to come up because I was like, I don't know why it's telling me I'm first because I'm definitely not.
I apparently
I rolled
could
a
not do
3.
numbers. That whole reverse math thing is confusing, and I messed it up.
Reverse
fair,
math
fair.
thing.
Reverse math is hard.
It's stupid.
Elias.
All right. I gotta. Let's see how bad off are people? Because it looked like people took some pretty big hits.
A couple people took a couple big hits.
Big hits.
Let's see.
Um,
Bar. You
Yep.
should. Everyone should be able to see.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, everyone else not bullied.
Everyone else still has more HP than me, so you're all fine.
But yeah, that's just
Most of you have
shit
more than
HP.
my max HP. You're fine.
Well, if you just took more levels in Ranger than Rogue,
Yeah.
No! I am made for stabbing.
yes,
And sometimes shooting.
yes, you are.
Yes. Sometimes.
Aren't rogue hit dice also D8s?
AKA
or are they-
ranged stabbing.
Rogues
or
are
is
6.
Or
Ranger-
6.
Really?
Number 6, yeah.
Wow. I thought
All
they
right.
were 8s.
Expect you to get the fuck out.
Rogue is a D8 and Ranger is a D10.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Because I was like, I
I
was
think
looking
pretty
up
sure Wizard
stuff
are the
for my-
only D6 hit dice.
Yeah.
Sorcerer.
Rogues are D8s and Rangers are D10s.
All right. I'm gonna.
And
I'll
I have
go
0 con.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go ahead and just do a mass healing word.
Alrighty.
Bonus action, just hop. Hey, and I rolled a 4, so it's 6.
Everybody gets 6.
For everybody, essentially.
Basically,
I'm too far, I'm sure.
yeah, I think it's a 30. What's the range? 60 feet actually is the range.
Oh.
On.
Yeah, definitely in range then.
Hey.
Nice.
Take that.
Yeah.
How much was it?
I think it's normally 6 people. So
Yeah.
if I recall.
Yeah, and so Wiria hasn't taken any damage.
Wiria's fine.
Okay.
So you can
So
use it
yeah,
on yourself then.
and so yeah, everyone else. So everyone gets
Wiria's
8
fine and
hit
up in
points
the air.
back. No,
Okay.
9 hit points back.
9?
Sorry, 9.
Oh.
I know how to
9.
math.
Stop changing your mind.
All right.
And then
this is great.
That was a bonus action.
That was bonus action. I'm gonna just up my HP before I forget. I'll go ahead and do Toll the Dead on. Do either of them look injured?
I mean,
The
Brunel
one
just
that-
hit the one on the left.
Yes, yeah. Which one did
Yeah.
Purnell hit? This
Yeah, the one by
The
you.
one on the left. That's
All
next.
right,
that
then I
landed like
will-
just behind you.
Whip around and Toll the
Toll
Dead needs to make a
Dead.
Wisdom saving throw.
That's a 4.
Ah, that shockingly does not beat my 18 AC.
No.
Shocker.
Shocker. So that is 3d12. Move my d12s. Oh! Hold on, honey, that's.
Big money.
Yes.
Big bucks, no whammies.
I rolled 2 9s and a 10, so that's 28
Ooh.
plus 5. 28 plus 5.
That's 33.
33 necrotic damage.
Nice.
Elias says
Damn.
get fucked.
On a freaking
Yeah.
cantrip.
On a cantrip.
Cantrip,
Yeah.
bitches.
It is
My
so good.
favorite.
It is a good
I love
cantrip.
that
Yeah,
cantrip.
but you know,
shit.
the,
No, Volcana!
instead of that like deep reverberating sort of funeral call bell, it's more of like a high timbre echoing almost like a clarion celebratory like ring rather than whatever.
And then,
Yeah,
but, you
but
know.
it still racks this creature's body horribly. Leah,
Okay, now it's
you're
my turn.
prone.
I'm
It's next
prone,
to
but
you.
not underneath it now, right?
No. It basically like split in like above you with like bits of it like falling. Yeah.
All right. So let me double check this that I'm. Sorry. Is this the one that I was thinking to do? No. Okay, I was thinking of. Did I? I don't think I prepared the other one. Nope. But that's okay. Double checking, making sure. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just gonna. I'll take my movement to stand up because it's close enough, anyways, that I don't need much more of that. So I will stand up and hit it. Hopefully, hit it.
All right. You have advantage because of the fairy fire effect.
Ooh. Oh, much better. So that like definitely hits. It's a natural 18.
Oh, for sure.
Plus a lot of stuff. Plus, yeah, so that's 28 to hit. So, and I will remember the fact that my weapon does this. It's an extra D8, right? So it's now 1d10 plus 1d8 because paladin. Okay, well the D10 was really good. The D8 didn't do much. But that is 16, technically 15 slashing and 1 radiant.
Okay.
And then I will stab at it again.
I strike at thee, vile abomination.
Yeah. And actually, quick question. Was this the same day that I talked to the squirrels in the morning?
Technically, no.
Okay. Because that means that I have not
Was
used
it?
any spell slots yet. So
No, because it started raining at the end of that day, carrying over into today.
okay. Because I'm like, you know what? I think I might just throw a smite on this next one. And just, although I guess I technically can decide that after I roll it, right?
Yeah.
That has to, yeah.
Yeah, that's how smites work.
Is this advantage still because fairy fire?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can wait for that crit.
22
and
to
then,
hit.
for sure.
And so yes, I will smite. So I will add. That's an extra 2d8, right? Am I correct?
It's your paladin.
It's so long. I know. That's why I'm like. I was like extra d8, and I was like, wait. Let me double check that. So yeah, for first level it is 2d8. So yes, so a total of 3d8 now because my weapon naturally has 1d8 on it. Math. 6, 10, 12 plus 17 total
Okay.
damage. If it makes a difference.
Radiant isn't a whole lot of a difference.
Okay. I was like, if it makes a difference, most of that is radiant. So, because 3d8s. Yeah, it was not the greatest rolls, but the highest one was a 4. But do I want a bonus action anything? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm like, I could. I don't think so because it's mostly like Misty Step. So, yeah. No, that's my turn.
Okay. Right.
I stab.
All right. Velis does the stab.
Phyllis was made to stab.
Get
I'm
stabbed.
glad that's advantage because that's a 26 on the first one. And I'm gonna save my sneak attack for the next hit just because I can. So first hit is gonna be
Okay, sorry, back.
10 damage
Welcome
on
back.
the first dagger.
Okay.
And then second one. Okay, it's another 26 to hit.
We will hit.
And I will use the sneak attack this time.
These things are large
Oh.
and their armor plates are heavy, but you all hit really hard because you're all high level.
Yeah.
What level are we? I don't even remember.
13?
13.
Oh, yeah.
28 damage with the second dagger.
All right.
And
Judging by the
I'm
amount
good.
of purple, veiny, translucent goo that's now dripping out of this creature, you think it's pretty seriously wounded.
Yep.
Egan.
Well, I'm gonna stand up.
Right.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
And well, he doesn't look super great, so I'm just gonna take a couple swings at him.
He's thrashing around. Again, eerily silent. Other than just like the clacking of its jaws and the...
So that's a 25 and a 26. No.
Both hit.
Sorry, 20,
Easily.
27, yeah. Cool. Oh shit, I need more dice for this. Where am I? I don't know where my 10s are. So there's mathing. Hang on, mathing.
It's reverse math.
So 23 total.
Okay.
Tonight's session brought to you by Mathing.
All right.
Mathing.
That's enough to finish it off, and it kind of collapses down into a heap. And the it like once you've you've stabbed it significantly multiple times, but the body sort of starts like almost immediately collapsing in on itself, like a popped bag of water or something like that, or like a water bed.
Deflating.
Deflating.
Like that.
Yeah.
You don't like anything.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's
It
is very
hard.
gross.
Exterior carapace is still
It's
solid.
in my mouth.
But like
That was your bad choices.
all of the muscle, it almost immediately begins to like dissolve into like this strange translucent goo. Where ya? You're far away from that horrible goo. What would you like to do?
I am. I'm good at staying far away from horrible goo.
Yeah.
Well, you know, given that these things are going down relatively easily, I am going to also cast Toll the Dead on the one that is closest to me.
Oh man, so much tolling, so much dead.
Such dead.
Night Wisdom
very
save
dead.
15.
All right.
Bards can learn Toll the Dead, or is that a
Warlock?
Warlock.
Really? Warlocks can do that?
Yeah, I have it.
So much Toll the Dead.
So much Toll the Dead.
It's like the most high damage cantrip.
It is.
This is a weird Carol of the Bells we got going on this party.
Yeah. So
Carol of the fuck
interestingly enough, it's less like this reverberating boom of a toll, and it's more like the tinkling of like wind chimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's definitely
The
tinkling with chimes.
tintinnabulation of.
Yeah, but it still seems to have just as strong of an impact on this creature.
Not quite as good as Elias's roll, but 27.
Okay, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
You can see it seems to be having a hard time holding on to its physical form, especially with like, you know, all of this everything that you're throwing against it. Aiden, you're up.
Well, I'm gonna curse it.
Okay.
Might as well.
I'm cursing at it.
It's cursed.
Why not? Let's just add another bell to the chorus.
Aiden's just like, fuck you!
That's all it is.
Carol of the fuck you.
Now it's a hat trick.
So wisdom save.
A Carol of the fuck you is
That's-
complete. This is great.
That's a 6.
Okay. So it takes 27.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah.
Just because of like the continual like reverberating necrotic energy that's going into it, rather than like poking it and cutting it, the other one just kind of
Yeah, I
like
was gonna say, I'm
collapsing.
gonna probably put the 2 blades at it and just kind of like tap them. And
Tuning fork.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a tuning fork. You can see it's like it almost like reaches that sort of resonance frequency, and instead of like, you know, deflating like the other one, this one just kind of bursts out from underneath its carapace, soaking Elias and you in goo.
Pernell avoided the goo.
Thank
And
you,
Pernell,
Wings.
you're
I'll
too
never
far
lose
away.
you. Yes.
And I heal 18 hit points.
And you heal 18 hit points. It's like the second time you've ever used that.
Aiden's just like, yes, yes. He heals.
It's just, I feel like most times I have been full health already.
Yeah.
Full, it's been like, doesn't have to be like an if it's undead, it doesn't count or something like that.
No, it's just if it's cursed and it dies.
Yeah.
Oh, any creature? Oh, okay.
Mhm.
What am I thinking? Oh, it's the other warlock
specter.
ability where you summon
The
spirits. and
specter
stuff.
thing,
Yeah.
which I've still never used because we don't
Yeah,
fight
that one-
humanoids.
Right. Yet. I mean,
Yet.
we'll see what
let's
happens.
resurrect some
Yeah.
monks.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
are going after some horrible monks.
That's true. Yeah, that one ran away, that fucker.
All right. So, having exploded these horrible bags of protoplasmic slime that had somehow managed to metamorphosize and take over the bodies
okay,
of
the rain will wash
these
it off.
prelates.
Deegan's gonna go
Speaking
take a
of
drink in
which,
the river.
you're gonna have to go upstream just a little bit because like all of that slime is now like pouring down into the river.
Yeah.
It's pretty nasty.
It's not good.
Yeah.
We'll pass off the cleansing stone at least to Elias first.
Yeah.
I want to clean my boots.
I want to
It's-
clean my everything.
Deegan
Here you
puts
go.
the cleansing stone in his mouth.
No, no! I pray you do not
Yeah.
do not
Like,
do that.
It's like watching like a dog with peanut butter.
Can the cleansing stone clean itself? Is it self-cleaning cleansing stone, please?
It is a self-cleaning cleansing stone. Except it gets when you activate its self-cleaning
Properties.
mode
Oh.
property, it gets really, really hot for some reason,
Mm.
and it smells bad.
It's like
It's like a stove, basically.
Deegan's just like a cat with a salt lamp.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So the rain has yet to let up, and thunder rumbles in the distance. Not too far, actually, based on the flash and then rumble.
Not again.
It's been raining off and on, but it seems as if in this afternoon the storms begin to pick up again. But not nearly as hard as it was this morning. Just enough to remind you that there's still dark, gloomy clouds ahead.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah. Word for
Exciting
it.
word for it, I
Yes.
suppose.
Let's
Good morning.
try to avoid that in the future.
Horrifying, someone.
I mean, it's almost evening.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. You continue further on. And as you progress, as the afternoon wears on and you make a few more miles progress, those of you with nature or survival, or
Orca?
particularly attuned to the strangeness of aberrant ways, just notice more and more oddities
Hmm.
with the plants and shrubs that you pass. Just in terms of the way they grow, every now and again you see it looks as like something doesn't quite seem right with it. And when you go to inspect it, you can see that it's like the leaves are made of something that's other than it's an organic material, but it's like warm to the touch, almost fleshy.
I've still been using the primeval awareness every hour, so am I
Right.
starting to get that sense from the vegetation?
They're not creatures per se,
Hmm.
but you can sense that there seems to be a corrupting influence on some of the flora and possibly fauna. That weird, like, double smashed together aberration Bulette was a particularly large example, but you're gathering that more and more creatures in the vicinity have been affected by something.
Chernobyl.
Yeah.
Aberrant Chernobyl,
Aberrant
basically.
Chernobyl. Yeah.
Well, this is unpleasant.
It's
But
gonna
so far
get
there
more
hasn't been
unpleasant the closer we get.
but so far there hasn't been anything larger than, mutated squirrels.
Unpleasant means we're going the right direction.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to go in the right direction anymore.
Yeah. I changed my mind.
Okay.
Go anywhere nice.
Well, I mean, you've got a helm that can take you anywhere.
Sure.
Bye, guys.
Maybe after
Vacation after.
maybe after we find Aiden's brother and we help Leah's mom, we just take a vacation. How's that?
I'm sure.
I have a feeling that would go horribly wrong in some way.
You're
being
not
who we are.
welcome.
Doth not be so.
Beach episode. Visit Felice.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure they would require a vacation of sorts after that.
The rest of the afternoon is uneventful, and you can make camp, set watch. Although if you're staying mostly inside the dome, there doesn't seem to be much worry. And then as you bed down for the night, Velus's sense does not pick up any, at least not within 5 miles. Anything bigger than a bread box, so to speak. But yeah, it's not exactly like in Teliana, where it was just like background radiation, but it's definitely picked up. And you're seeing more and more evidence of just unusual plants. You can see the trees sometimes will have eyes that kind of look around and follow.
Oh, that's
not creepy.
Pleasant.
Yeah. And as it got darker and darker and darker, you notice that there's a lot of bioluminescent plants in the vicinity, considering it's not normal for something that's out of doors to be bioluminescent.
Yeah.
Definitely Chernobyl.
Is there anything that anyone would like to do during the evening before you break camp for day 4?
Probably just testing the heft of the dagger a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Do you attune to it?
That was a loaded question.
Aren't you looking to fight with it proper?
I'm not really really sure what I want to do with it. I kind of like the idea of having an ace up my sleeve.
I mean, it takes like an hour to do your ritual thing for the warlock or hexblade sword thingy.
Well,
So,
well, if you wish to at least test that option, and she just kind of just puts hands on the hilts of the blades, let me know.
Well, yeah.
Secretly, Pinnell. I want to fight it. I want to see it.
Does kind of want to see his dual wield with the dagger.
Yeah.
I mean, I can certainly try it. I'm just not sure how invested I want to get into it.
No. But as you said, you wish with options, and that is another ace, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's always going to be this nagging feeling. That's not the way it's supposed to be.
Fair enough.
speaking of nagging feelings, you have a nagging feeling.
Maybe I'll come to a better conclusion when I see what we're walking into. Seems like we're just going to be brute forcing our way through. Might as well use the full thing.
I doth not know how much time we are going to get to see exactly what we are going to walk into in this particular instance, besides something very wrong, as always.
As always.
And very different.
Oh. Why not? Get both weapons out. If anything, it's a nice distraction.
Oh boy.
Distractions are good. Thank you.
You got something on your mind?
Many things, I suppose, but some more than others. Either way, all the thunderstorms have not been helping.
Your call, how much you want to say.
It's just that... Is it true that... Kind of looks off and thinks for a second. Is there really no connection between Taldore and Wildemount?
You mean geographically?
Yes.
Well, there's the straits up there, but there's not a land bridge, or not anymore, I guess, is the question.
Right. Not anymore. It's a strange feeling, realizing that.
Well, got a couple 100 years on it.
Couple hundred is a number. Does that... That was where Theranor was. Along the Great Connector.
Yeah, I was always kind of curious. Seeing we were running into some things of yours around Teliana, where exactly you came from.
The elves of Teliana were, I suppose, not quite a sister kingdom, but allies to the east.
Well, even if it's underwater, there's still ways of poking around down there. Take a look.
Possibly. I suppose I thought that after all this, well, all this is relative, but perhaps someday I would be able to have a place where I could point and say this was where, well, the fields were, the estate. don't have many good memories, but there were some. And it's strange to not be able to stand somewhere and say, I recognize this.
Yeah.
For better or worse. Now all of them are either underwater or in the Shadowfell.
Well, even so, there's something to be said for seeing it with your own eyes as opposed to hearing what happened to it. It's up
For
to you
better or
whether you
worse.
want that or not.
I doth not know yet. I'm still...
Well, I'm sure this group wouldn't have a problem heading up there if you want to.
I suppose I shall think about it. I doth not know what I expect of any of it.
Yeah. Well, that's enough doom and gloom for now. The weather has given enough as it is. Let's see what we got.
Have at thee. And just go through.
Spar for a bit.
Okay. Anyone who may have nodded off early might have been awoken by the sound of blade hitting blade. But I don't think that it's too alarming to see them going head to head.
I'm trying to remember. There was some character fights with like a sword and a shorter sword. Can't remember. They're much more refined than Aiden's fighting style would be, though.
I mean, probably because I've been watching a lot of Star Wars, but Ahsoka is the first one that popped to mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's more
like-
twin blades, so.
Eventually, in the first couple seasons of Clone Wars, it's a short lightsaber and no longer a full-size lightsaber.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Fighting. It's not a fighting style that you're probably used to. And Purnell having two longer weapons and much more familiar with this fighting style, she definitely has the upper hand. But I would say that there is a particular and peculiar harmony between your blades in that sometimes when you're sword fighting with unfamiliar weapons, you tend to get in your own way more often than not. And that's where you can actually be more of a danger to yourself than your opponent. But it's interesting in that you almost always seem to have like a preternatural sense of where you are in relation to where your blades are. They really do feel like a bit of an extension. But the entire time, and it is somewhat distracting, you just have, just that nagging feeling of like, this isn't the right way to do it. It's like you get that sensation of just someone sort of like the entire time looking over your shoulder with like the look of disapproval, but nobody's
well,
there.
If you're gonna describe it that way, then you're just pushing me the other way. Because Aiden.
No, since when does Aiden need anyone's approval?
Yeah, it's true. Fuck you. Yeah. I feel like Purnell probably was trying to slow down so he'd get used to it, but like he's a little bit better at it than she expected, so she has to like compensate a few times.
Yeah. He picked it up quick. Strangely quick. But unless there's anything else that anyone wants to accomplish or prepare.
I want to check my spells, but I think I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very likely, based on Jess's description and the distance that you've traveled thus far, you're probably likely to get to these statues and this old bridge and this old shrine sometime tomorrow, depending on your progress during the day. Okay. But while the dawn brings another doomy, not doomy, dim gloom.
Also doom, really, when you think about it.
The rain seems to have subsided, but the sky is still very, very deeply overcast. All right.
Is it still rainy or just gloomy?
Just gloomy.
Okay.
Oh my, that's almost impossible to see. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Oh yeah, that's practically unusable. Okay. All right. And what would anyone like to do, if anything, in the morning?
I think I'm good.
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 Yeah.
Glad to have that point of exhaustion gone.
Yeah.
Do you have a point of exhaustion gone?
Yay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. We're
Okay.
just traveling. We're just going along.
Yeah.
Actually, probably before they went to sleep last night,
Mm-hmm.
Leah would probably actually have gone to Elias and just
Yeah, does anyone want me to check in on anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he can send a message to. I mean, I guess he could send it directly to her dad, but I was actually thinking if he wanted to message Suhi, just to get a little more of an objective, I guess, like how is mom doing, from somebody that she knows that Elias has met and spoken with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well enough to be able to contact that way. So.
Yeah, I can. I mean, we
I'm like just
do that the
just
night
a quick
before
check in.
Mm-hmm. The evening before.
The evening before.
Yeah, the evening before, because we didn't expend a lot of spells, and then that way it doesn't.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I feel like while they were sparring and whatnot, she probably would have gone over to Elias.
Yeah, I can do that.
Would you mind? Are you able to contact Suhi and just
Yeah.
make sure my mother's still all right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
And keeping sending prepared just in case.
Yeah, well, it
A
occurred to me
useful spell.
earlier tonight, and I was like, I'm sure at some point she actually probably would be like, can we just check in, like, because I, as a player, I'm like, pretty sure she's okay, but I'm like, Leah doesn't know that, so yeah, so yeah.
Send. I mean, I can ask them both, but if you want, I can.
Yeah, well, I
with
feel like
Suhi
she's
and
more inclined
get a more
to start
objective
at least, yeah, just to
opinion.
Yeah, and she knows that. I mean, not that her dad has not met Elias, but like, just a
Her dad beat the shit out of Elias.
yeah, that too. Yeah, but she's also just
That happened.
Yeah, she feels like it's easier to. Suhi's also less likely to.
You're
Are you all
muted,
okay?
Jerusha.
Wasn't important.
I was to say, Suhi is less likely to respond back with a load of questions of "Are you all okay?" and "How is it?" Of the like, you can ask the question and Suhi will probably just answer the question.
Yeah.
Knowing a little bit of how the spell seems to work, and it doesn't seem to be a conversational thing.
Yeah.
So.
Do that.
Okay.
Hey, just checking in. How's Leah?
Leah's mom's not dead, right?
Yeah, we're just checking in to see how
Shepherd
is doing. And sure everything's okay. Counting.
Okay. Few moments pass. You can hear a response coming back to you. Elias, it's good to hear you. Shepherd as well. The forest is quiet. I hope the light shines where you walk. Take care.
Boy, I wish it did.
Same.
Yeah, sounds like everything's okay. For now, at least.
That is a relief. Thank you, Elias.
No. No trouble.
And then yes, they would sleep, and
I want to do a retroactive thing too. So it would have been during watch the night before. I would take out the message parchment again and some of the nice ink, and actually I wrote it out. So it is exactly 25 words.
Okay.
And so it says, Anessa, do not look for me. If you keep trying, I won't run from you. I will hunt you down myself. I'm not afraid. And it's signed V. And I'm gonna start to fold the paper, and as it starts to fold, it kind of folds the rest of itself into a spider and walks away. Nice. That's all.
Okay.
If nothing else.
Nothing else.
That's all.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Fine. This is fine.
Was there anyone on watch with Velis?
I mean, he probably could have been.
I'm just like, did anybody wake up in the middle of the night and just see paper spider walking past and go,
I crawl over somebody.
Yeah. Who's the lightest sleeper?
I thought we were doing I was under the impression we were doing solo watches, but I could be wrong.
That's what I thought too.
Fine,
Kind of, but
Yeah.
That's kind of the feeling I got from
Yeah.
but
I mean, I was sort of assuming that unless like people specifically volunteered to pair up.
yeah. So
solo works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Limits the amount of watch any needed. And we have the dome, so it's not like people are in like immediate risk.
Okay.
Hey.
All right.
Well, if there's nothing
So
else
the next
happening
morning.
before we get moving the next morning,
Are you
I'm gonna
gonna
do it?
You're gonna.
Oh, it's gonna do it!
All right. So as everyone's kind of beginning to prepare, break camp, sort of, I don't know if
You mean
anyone's
like right
cooking a
after we
meal or doing
sparred?
professions.
No,
Well, you
this
sparred
will be
last
the next
night.
morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Right.
the next morning.
I thought like people were
Yeah,
waking up to see
yeah.
that.
Aiden's just kind of like sitting there quietly meditating. So Aiden, as you pull the almost complete blade in one hand, with the dagger resting nearby. You finally open up to that sensation, that nagging sensation of something being incomplete. You close your eyes, you slow your breathing a little bit, and you find yourself in familiar environment. Only this time, your counterpart, dressed in the finest dress uniform, maybe a couple of extra medals or bars since the last you saw him, you're not sure. But he still wears your face, and it's just a little more clean-shaven, a little bit more coiffed. But you're both on the same side of the table. Sort of nods to you in greeting almost. And you can see opposite, kind of emerging from the darkness, is a humanoid figure. Familiar. Looks like the figure of that Delkier that you encountered in the Feywild. He seems dressed similarly to Velis, though. If Velis had, like, just come off the boat, so to speak, out of the Underdark. And he seems kind of anxious and twitchy. But as he comes into the light and his gaze kind of focuses on you and then kind of turns to regard the other one, you can see he scowls a little bit. And the not you kind of like looks at you, looks at the other one, looks down at himself.
You did not pick anything good from him, did you? Addressing
Say
the one
that?
across the table.
Say that again? Or just cutting in and out.
Addressing the one across the table.
Uh-huh.
You did not pick up anything good from him, did you?
You have something of mine. He seems a little confused, though. The one next to you is like, he kind of chuckles a little bit at what you said. But I need to come up. Well, Werelock. That's actually Werelock across the way. Regards you. That's a shadow.
It's not a very creative one.
Hey, I resent that.
Then come up with an original appearance.
I like this one. Werelock responds. That's only and all it will ever be. All it can be is a shadow. Sort of twitches a little bit.
Do you remember who you're supposed to be?
I remember more than it does.
Well, obviously, it's not very helpful at all. Well, you're both here.
Werlock looks like there's this look of frustration. And you can see like there's this strain and tension in his body. Kind of like, and then you realize that he's straining mentally. And you can see the image of the not you sort of flicker just a little bit. And it kind of like looks over at you and he's like, what was that? And he looks a little bit alarmed at Werlock.
Well, just to be clear, I want to make sure that the terms that I agreed on with, I guess, this one, I'm not going to be compromised.
Werlock's kind of like, he looks contemptuous. Don't care for any terms.
Well, that's going to be a problem. Because I made a deal. I intend to see my end through. But that depends on me getting what I want out of it. So, you help me get my brother back. And in return, I help you take your vengeance on your 3 brothers. I've already killed one.
Wait, what? Yeah, we did. Sorry, it's difficult to do that. Werlock is confused. Not you is like, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you remember? They killed her.
He frowns. He seems to be that seemed to have gotten to him a little bit. I don't need to make a deal with you. I'll take what I want. And with that, he reaches his hand out towards the not you. And you can just see like tendrils coming off of his arm and his hand begin to reach out for the not you. And the not you sort of like and steps back and behind you a little bit. What do you do?
I'll stay interposed.
Okay. All right. Okay. So this isn't going to be a physical attack.
Yeah.
This is essentially a battle of wills. He extends these tendrils, reaching out, and seeing as how you're interposing yourself between him and the I don't know, maybe we'll just call him Dean.
Not Aiden.
Not Aiden.
Not Aiden. Not Aiden. You did a good job, John.
And you've interposed yourself with him. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do a posed charisma check here.
And you got chat inspiration, Aiden. Hey.
Ooh, and you got chat inspiration.
Thanks. Where's it? Where's my nice rainbow dice for the chat inspiration? That's a D8. That's not the one I need. Oh,
Clickety clacks.
Yeah.
really?
It's worth it. We'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The drama.
Oh! What
Oh,
did you do,
no.
Ray? What? Oh fuck.
Use that in-
I mean, I can add all the stuff to it.
Anyone can give him advantage. I don't know. Oh.
Wait, so you roll a natural 1 on your own check, but since you have inspiration, you can roll with advantage.
Well, that's
Oh, that's not how
chat
chat
inspiration was the D, like
It's
bardic
just the
inspiration.
D6.
You didn't let me give
Oh.
have people give that kind of inspiration.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so gotcha.
I mean,
All right.
it's +5 with charisma.
Okay. So that's a 6?
Yeah, I mean, I might as well just add this.
Okay.
Hey, that's a 10 total.
Okay, a 10 total. Unfortunately, that does not beat his modified 20.
Oh shit.
What is it with nat ones against
Yeah.
this thing?
What the fuck?
It didn't roll a 1 this time though. So its tendrils at first you think they're gonna like wrap around you. I mean, you fought enough aberrations to know that's kind of like what happens. But instead, they basically go straight through you. And it's less of a physical sensation and more of like a sudden blast of psychic pain. And you're suddenly feeling what he is feeling. You're feeling rage and betrayal. You're feeling loss, like incredible loss, both the sensation of having betrayed your brother, which in a way hurts more than anything else that he's like pouring into you. And so you are currently basically on you're backpedaling at this point. And so it's your move. But you're reeling from this particular attack. This is a battle of wills.
Yep.
And mental control. And you feel the Dean's hand on your shoulder. And just says, fuck him up.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna brace myself against the table.
Okay.
And then
And you're not sure if he's screaming or you're screaming. It's yeah, but there's just the sort of waves of all of these emotions kind of blasting you.
yeah, basically just kind of I don't care what you want, and just try and force him out.
Okay, you're gonna just try and force him out. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make another charisma check. But you have disadvantage.
19.
Woo!
Okay.
I rolled nat 20 on the die that just rolled nat 1. So
Nice. Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. So you just blast back. It's very, very difficult for anyone to tell you what to do.
Don't
you
we
have
know that?
destroyed people for less. And so you blast back, and his 2 on the die is not going to be able to resist that. And you can you feel sort of like a surge of almost like pride realizing that's actually Dean. Sort of for once, you're in his corner with your obstinate self. And Weirlock kind of like pulls back, and you can see that the tendrils themselves kind of like dissolve a little bit. Almost like they're sort of scattered.
I shove the table out of the way.
Okay.
And just walk up on him.
Okay.
And I've come too far to let you get in the way now. I'm willing to help you, but I still get what I want.
The table, so it looks like a plain table, but in your anger, when you kind of, you don't like shove it out of the way so much as like one hand flip it and just kind of send it like literally almost flying as if it goes into orbit. Again, this is not a physical space that you're currently inhabiting, and so it's more an extension of your force of will more than anything else. And you kind of get up in its face. You are willful, but you're nothing. And he kind of like looks past you a little bit, and you can see he basically just doesn't so much as kind of disappears from in front of you and shifts, and you hear sort of a quickly cut off yelp as he's appeared behind you, grabbing onto Dean by the throat. And he is sort of like opening up his mouth, and it's like becoming impossibly wide. And you can just kind of see Dean struggling as he goes to mentally attack Dean, who is not as good as you. And he seems to be hurt.
I'm going to go back.
Okay.
And since this is a mental landscape, I'm just going to assume I can pull the broken blade out and slash at the arm that's holding him.
Okay. You pull it out. And here you feel its physical presence with you, but it's less of like you draw it and more like you will it to be there.
Yeah.
And it's there, like even more so than when you're in physical space. But there's something about it as you hold it, that something about this particular blade. It is a manifestation of Dean to a certain extent. But for the last few months, this has been the manifestation of your drive and your will. And in this place, it almost feels more real than anything else. And so you go to strike. Go ahead and make an attack. Go ahead and add your proficiency modifier and your charisma modifier.
Where's my percent? 13.
Okay. All right. So as you come down with your blade, you basically just you bisect his arm, and where you cut, like the arm just kind of disappears in a way, and Dean kind of like falls a little bit, catches himself, and you can just kind of see Weirlock like looking down at his arm and then kind of looking down at you, before replacing his hand is a blade, like the blade tip and then
Going
he
full on
turns
Terminator.
to try and stab you with that. So I'm making each attack as an opposed charisma check, basically. So go ahead and make a charisma check. Now, since you have your blade in hand, you can add your proficiency modifier to your charisma modifier when you make this check.
Okay.
Because you don't really have an armor class in this
15.
space. Okay. That beats his 14. So as he goes to stab you, you're able to deflect that with your blade. And having collected his feet, Dean sort of, reaches out to you, and he says, I don't want to be him. I like who I am. What I've become. He can consume me, or I can consume him. But you have my support either way. And basically, he through an extension of his will, he the blade that you're holding like finishes itself, and it's the end is spectral in a way, but you can sense that it's been buoyed by his presence, and so he's going to give you the help action for your next whatever you're going to do.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna. Trying to think of how to. Basically, yeah, I want to try and basically, with the other hand, basically, another blade appears that looks like the elven one that he picked up from the guard tower.
Okay.
It's except like on the blade, has basically an elvish script on one side. It has Sarum, and on the other side it says Laeris. And then basically parry him with that blade and just go
Okay.
right into the same spot where Lilith was stabbed on him with the.
Okay. The blade itself is spectral, translucent, and you can see it sort of, as it moves, it leaves sort of like a wave of sort of light behind it, and you can feel it's similar to what Dean finished with your blade, but you could go ahead and make that with advantage.
27.
Okay. That's going to beat his 25.
Woo!
Yeah!
So
yeah,
you stab him, and he like looks down as the blade enters his chest, and you can he looks up at you in recognition of what it is that you're doing, and you can hear him gasp, and almost you can, in a far off sense, hear an echo of both his gasp as well as a feminine one, like a ghost of one, like his memory sort of replaying itself, except his position has been switched. Except instead of pulling the blow and not going for the kill, you drive the blade even deeper in, and kind of bear him down on his knees. And he's at this point struggling, and he kind of looks up at you, looks you in your eyes, and he says, almost gasping for breath, like even though this is not a physical space, you can see this is taking him some effort and energy to just speak. That shadow won't help you. I am your only chance.
He's the one
He's
that's
sort of
helped me this far. I don't need you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he's struggling, but he's not able to push back. You can finish him if you choose. Okay. You drive the blade all the way home.
I'll use the other sword and go for the same beheading that I went for on her.
Okay. In almost a complete mirror of what had happened before, you swing your other blade across, and there's just this like sort of light trail as it follows. And the image of Weirlock sort of falls and collapses. And you can see as it like before it hits whatever amounts to ground, it almost falls apart and disintegrates into a bunch of sort of tendrils of thick gray, inky, sort of smoky energy. And you can kind of hear a loose chuckle from Dean as you can almost feel an immediate increase in that psychic presence as Dean absorbs the energy and remaining will from Weirlock. And so instead of Lilith's hatred, a blade inhabited by the spirit of a long-dead Dalekir named Weirlock, instead, it's a thin elven blade inscribed in Old Elvish with the name Sarum on one side and Liaris on the other. And it's inhabited by a spirit of something known as Dean. Still chaotic neutral and still, all the same. But thematically speaking, the personality fragment that grew from your strong sense of identity and self and basically subsumed the spirit of the Dalekir inside has now consumed and taken the memories and knowledge of the Dalekir that was there. But his own objectives and personality kind of determined by himself. And you open your eyes, and in your lap is that delicate elven blade inscribed on both sides with the name of your brother and your mother. And you can see everyone around you just kind of quietly packing up camp, seemingly none the wiser. And that's a really good point.
Yeah.
And a moment to end for tonight.
Woo! Yeah!
Good shit.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Aiden, his own patron.
I am my own patron. I mean, to be fair,
Not
if anyone was
quite.
going to be their own patron, it would be Aiden.
Yeah.
Dean is definitely not quite
Yeah.
the same as Aiden, and with this new knowledge is different than he was before, but at the same time, yeah, unique. But I'm gonna have to change D&D Beyond because it's not Lilith's hatred anymore.
Yeah. Oh damn! Did we get new art again?
Yeah.
we had this prep.
I did try to warn you he was an asshole.
Such an asshole.
Yes, cat.
But it is super late.
Yes.
All y'all.
Oh man, we did it!
Good shit.
Holy shit! Yeah.
That was a really good game to
That
get
was
back
really
to.
good.
Are we on
Vestige
I
buddies!
think it would be
High five!
really frustrating if we just left it there, like
Right.
just like left it for another week. So I feel like he's had enough time to think about it, and the whole like sparring thing would have put him okay.
Yeah.
I feel like
We got
it
this.
makes more sense.
So that is a good question though.
We're
Are
on
we
for
on
next
to
week,
next
right?
I know I'm good
Well,
for next
shit.
week.
I put a question mark
Mm.
because I'm gonna be running a game on Friday and a game on Sunday for some university folk. And that's a lot. But
Maybe off game.
this could be off game, but this game, specifically this session, is what I had sort of the most like struggle to put together. So next week, I can probably just unwind with some, wacky aberration shenanigans. A little bit of exploring. Since there's not going to be as much.
How are aberrations ever a way to
I'm
unwind?
sure there's going to be chance for just some RP downtime too.
Jerusha, if you were saying something, you're muted.
Sorry, I was yawning. I didn't want to yawn while.
Gotta come up with a new
Dramatic
name for that
warlock.
sword now.
Yeah.
Hey.
Brendan,
No.
let me know if you decide you
baby.
want me to prep for
I want it to be actually cool.
prefer.
Yeah.
Just give me a
Okay.
a couple days notice so that I can actually do prep.
Right.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, how's everyone feeling about, like, you think you might be ready for next week for I mean, I imagine that everyone's game for this game next week.
Oh yeah.
I can manage it, I think.
Look, it's
Yeah.
retail holiday. I need as much D&D as I can get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Right.
perfectly honest
Right.
with you guys.
My boss
It's
basically
just
told me
if you
because
if the week goes crazy and you decide you can't, feel free to let me know. If
Okay.
you get out, and I
I
will
appreciate that.
happily prep.
Yeah, I'd be up for either.
I'm for either. My boss basically told me to decide when I wanted to work on Saturday because they didn't schedule me, but it's an all hands on deck week for.
Yeah.
So he's like, just come when you want. I'm like, cool. 7 o'clock in the
Right.
morning. I'll be there.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we at least have
I
one
should
game.
be
Don't know
okay.
which next time around the normal time. So that
Probably
means,
this one, maybe the other one.
Yep. So we'll be back next week. Yay. Otherwise, I should
Get to
probably
use
at least
that full
end the
sword
stream.
art now.
Yeah, the full sword art. Post that shit. I get to put it up in the thing.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, now he's got like a different aesthetic though.
No, we made it.
It's not gonna stay that way.
Yeah, he's gonna change it
I
back.
just like the aesthetic of the other sword
Yeah.
too much, and Aiden does too.
Oh,
To
yeah.
the point where we actually made it.
It's more symbolic.
Yeah.
Mm.
It might keep some of the more details, but
Yeah, I was like, it just says something different. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even Purnell's blades have
Everybody
Evelyn
gets a
writing
new
on that doesn't
aesthetic.
show up in pictures. So
Right.
that was
Just
fucking
the
awesome.
spectral tip.
yeah, just add the tip.
Okay.
Yay.
I,
Anywho, I will at least art. It's done. Get to use it. I'm so happy.
What is that?
I will at least
Oh, cool.
end the
that's
stream now, but
exciting.
first things first, Ludo Synthetic, allow me to serenade you as I do with all new subs to me, and I will go get myself out of group chat so nobody has to hear me do it. But yeah, I am a musician, so I guess you could call me a bard. Let me grab my ukulele. I need to put it over here. Sorry. But yes. I hope you very much enjoyed, but allow you to sing the song My People, and by me, my people, I mean the people who sub to me. Hopefully you can hear that. So, hey, Ludosynthetic, the truth is I don't need validation, but it's a nice thing to have on occasion. So thank you for that special ovation in the form of monetary donation. It's what I call a sub in this melodic narration. Hope you enjoy my set of cutesy illustrations, emotes, so please take my lyrical elation. Thank you, friend, you're fucking awesome, and I hope you find $20 on the ground. That's it. Thank you again very, 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 very much. Welcome to the lockbox, where I call it as such because that's where I put everything that is precious to me. So I very much appreciate you being here and joining us, and I will go back and stream for the night. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yes, I am in a band, so I try to do stuff in the off time. But yes, let me.
Backwards into hell.
That done. Now I can properly turn off stream. So thank you everyone for joining us. You're fucking amazing. You all have a wonderful week. We'll be back next week. I will be back on Monday for Eualia, I believe. D&D. But all my schedule is down below. Peek at that. So take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Stay safe, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Bye!
See ya.
I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. And my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral dice holder.